15. The time now is 8:40 a.m. We're in Sacramento, California. Christina, would you please call roll and help us establish a quorum?
Good morning. Dr. Peter Chu,
Here.
Dr. Leah Brew,
Here.
Dr. Christine Whitlisbach,
Here.
Renee Launer, Deborah Brown,
Here.
Christina Wong,
Here.
Patricia Locke Dawson, Karen Pines, absent, Betty Conley,
Here.
Samara Ashley, and for the record, Dr. Scott Bowling and Sarita Kohli are also absent. We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Let's start by introducing ourselves. We can start with Roseanne's that direction.
Roseanne Helms, I'm the legislative analyst for the board.
The Chu public member.
Leah Brew, LPCC member. Christine Whitlisbach, public member.
Renee Launer, LCSW member.
Deborah Brown, public member.
Christina Wong, LCSW member.
Kim Madsen, BBS.
Diane Dobbs, Senior Staff Counsel.
Black Dawson.
Betty Connolly, LEP member. Samara Ashley, public member.
Steve Sodergren, BBS.
For the public, for our audiences, if you're interested, you're more than welcome to come up front and introduce yourself. Shall we start with Dean?
Make everybody come up front.
Just 1 second. Yes, thanks.
Dean Porter, California Association for Licensed Professional Clinical Counselors.
Jill Epstein, California Association of Marriage and Family Therapists.
Angela Kahn, AMFT California.
Neil Howell, AAMFT California.
Becca Gonzalez, NASW.
Janley Wong, NASW.
Raji Prasad, NASW.
Greg Pruden, DCA.
Heidi Linser Hill, Office of Professional Examination Services, DCA.
Welch Gandy, Office of Professional Examination Services.
So first thing, our board members have laptops and computers, and I just want to remind everybody that this is for our Go Green action. So our agenda items, a lot of stuff are basically on the computer. So this is just for our meeting purpose, not for communication with each other. So let's move on to the agenda. So I would like to take the next agenda item, which is the chair report, out of order. So we're going to do it a little bit down the road, probably at right around 9:30. So I'll fit into whatever agenda item, just follow the order. So in that case, we are going to move to the approval of the November 19th to 20th, 2015 board meeting minutes. So we all have a copy, right? Do we have any corrections? Let's get over it and read that.
I'd move approval unless somebody has corrections.
I'll second it.
Okay. But first, we have a second. Any other discussions? So, new rule. So we need to call roll in order to. That's right. I forgot. Any public comments for the agenda minutes? All right. So, Christina, would you please call roll?
Dr. Peter Chu,
Aye.
Dr. Leah Brew,
Aye.
Dr. Christine Whitlisbach,
Yes.
Renee Launer, Deborah Brown,
Yes.
Christina Wong,
Yes.
Patricia Locke Dawson,
Aye.
Betty Conley,
Aye.
Samara Ashley,
Aye.
unanimous.
Thank you, Christina. The next on the agenda is the Executive Officer's Report. So I'm going to hand over to Kim.
Okay. Okay, so before you, you have the 2014 budget report as we've hit the halfway mark in our fiscal year. Thus far, we've spent about 47% of our budget. Total budget is just a little over $9.1 million. The breakdown is provided for you in the chart. Obviously, the greater expenses tend to be our personnel line items as well as our general operating equipment and expense line items. As of December 31st, 2014, we've collected just a little over $4.5 million. And if you look at the chart included in your packet, it pretty much is consistent with prior years. Our fund condition reflects 3.6 months in reserve, and we still do have outstanding loan balance to the general fund of in excess of $10 million. But again, as we've talked about before, there are specific plans for repayment of the loan. And as those payments come in, we'll be reporting those to you. January, the governor released his 15-16 budget. Again, our budget for next fiscal year will be just over $9 million, and it includes 2 limited-term positions and a full-time position authority for 2 half-time positions in our office. The 2 limited-term positions will be dedicated solely to exam restructure and the tasks involved with that. And the half-time upgrade to full-time position authority actually now gives us, the work is full-time, so we no longer need to hire only half-time in that position, and so that's a great relief to us. One of those particular positions was the fingerprint clearance desk, and so we're pleased to have that. So here to answer any questions from board members regarding the budget at this time.
How much are we mandated to have in reserve, percentage-wise of our budget? What are we supposed to have?
Generally, tapping my brain. We are below the minimum reserve, and I want to say about 9 months is generally preferred. But given the fiscal climate of the last several years, Department of Finance was comfortable with entities having lower than what was mandated.
Thank you.
I just have a question about, not really the budget in particular, but it's a money thing. On the board meeting notice, what is the statement that says we intend to webcast the meeting, but we might not be able to because of limitations on resources?
That's a change to the Bagley-King Act that requires us to put that notification on there, just as an advisement.
Oh, just everybody just puts it on as standard?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Rebecca Gonzalez, NASW. I was just wondering if you were satisfied with the governor's budget. Was the staffing provided adequate? Is there any advocacy that you are looking for the groups here to do on your behalf?
I think first, is it ever adequate?
Right.
No. But definitely, we've got a couple of pieces that were critical. So I'm pleased that we were getting that. Not many positions were approved for DCA, so we were one of the fortunate few that even got positions. So in terms of advocacy, I would continue to support what's in the governor's budget if you would be willing to do so, and that's always helpful.
Any other comments? So let's move on to the operation report. Oh, Jan Lee, didn't see you, sorry.
Jan Lee Wong, NASW. If I understand the chart on whatever page this is, the one talking about licensing processing dates.
Right, we're going to be talking about that next.
Should I wait?
But you can, yeah. All righty. Operationally, again, we're happy to provide you some statistics for the second fiscal quarter. We are still unable to get processing times out of Breeze, but we are providing you processing dates that we track manually in the office for you. The dates that are included in your packet were processing dates as of February 4th, 2015, and I'm going to update those dates now that were effective as of Monday. MFT interns are processing applications received February 5th, 15. The MFT examination is that group is processing applications received 11/15/14. And I'm going to highlight the LCSWs because I want to talk about those two application units. The LCSW group is processing applications received as of November 5th, 14. If you'll scroll over to your right, back in August for the MFT application eligibility group, that backlog, they were about 9 months behind in August. They were looking at applications that they received January 22nd, 14. Skip forward to the November board meeting, which was just a few months ago. They were working on applications received June 25th, 14. Fast forward to today, and now they're looking at applications received just this past November. And so in just a it's not a short time, I realize, for the applicants, but the additional staff that we were able to get for the licensing unit has made a tremendous progress in eliminating this backlog. We're just at a little bit over 3 months to under 3 months on LCSWs and MFT exam apps. And the same for the LCSW group. They were looking at applications received at the end of January 14 in August. Again, in November, we reported April, a processing date, and now we're looking again at November. The work of these ladies in this office to get rid of that backlog has just been astonishing. They're competitive, they're excited, they're determined to get this down to even further. So I'm looking forward that when we meet again in May, that we are going to be looking at some really nice processing times, ones I think that all of us can live with. And even just in the short period of time since August, coming from 9 months to just about 3 months, that's huge. So it's good news all the way around for them. The other processing times are pretty in line with what they've always been in. The registrant desk at the ASW is looking at applications received February 12th. LEPs, we're looking at applications received February 18th, 2015. Interns, LPCCs, we're looking at applications received the date of January 26, 15. And for LPCC examinations, we're looking at applications received January 21st, 15. We're no longer reporting the CE provider applications because as of January 1st, we're no longer in the CE provider business. So we'll not have those on future reports. Any questions about our processing times?
Jan Lee Wong in ASW. This is not exactly on here, but can you give us any update on there was some concern expressed by the universities and students regarding having a sealed transcript and the delay, mostly on their part, in submitting a sealed transcript. Because I noticed the ASW times have improved, so I don't know if you know something about how things have changed to help that.
Well, what's going to help that is that we don't have a half-time person looking at that application anymore. We have a full-time dedicated person. So that in and of itself is going to help. But we are going to see some processing times rise when you get to the peak application season, which will be June, July, August. And so, unfortunately, yes, there will be some delays, but nothing that would rise, I would think, beyond 6 weeks. I think it'll be a lot quicker than that. But yeah, we've heard about the transcript issue.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Thanks.
On the same note, I really want to commend the staff for their wonderful dedication efforts to help expediting the processing time. This is really amazing, to see the time has, the catching up of all these needed processing. Yeah.
Well, I will accept your compliments, but I'm going to defer them and deflect them to where they really belong, and that's our licensing manager, Paula Gershon. She's been tremendous in getting that staff organized, trained, and getting them moving forward. So. Yes. Hi, Angela.
Hi, Angela Khan, AMFT, California. I want to jump in the pool and shower praise. The townspeople were starting to light the torches, so that we are very, very grateful for that. Thank you, and thanks to your staff. Please pass on AMFT California's praise also. I just want to represent, I promised a bunch of our members I would represent them here. We're not hearing a lot of complaints about the processing time anymore. It seems like the complaints we're now hearing about is regarding customer service. We're hearing that it's almost impossible to reach someone at the BBS. I personally have not tried this. This is what we're hearing. They're saying that they're getting full voicemails and they're not getting return emails, which I imagine is probably compounding the problem for you guys, because instead of getting one email, you're probably getting 10. How would you advise me to respond to them?
I would encourage anyone that's looking to contact us to send an email to us, either to the BBS webmaster, or they can send it to me directly. We are limited by the number of phone messages that we can take. It's just the nature of the system. I am aware that our staff is returning phone calls, and they're responding to emails. It may be that the response is not within 5 minutes or even an hour of the contact with us, but by and large, staff is returning their phone calls and returning their emails, because now the pressure's starting to relieve in the office in terms of, do I process an application or do I pick up the phone? And so they're starting to balance that very well.
That's what we thought. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Kim, just for, excuse me, just for the record, I'm often dealing with out-of-state people who can't ever get through as well, so
Okay.
I've been fielding those questions when I can.
Yeah, thank you. And feel free to give them my email.
Okay. Yeah, if it's something I can't answer, I definitely will
Definitely.
have been passing them to you.
Thank you. In terms of application volumes, just generally overall, we did see an increase since the last quarter. You'll see a decrease in the registrant applications, but that's due to the seasonality of that application volume, usually June, July, August, and rolling into September. That's when we get our largest number of applications from the registrants. Also, you'll notice that there was an increase in the continuing education provider applications. I suspect that is due to the fact that word got out that as of January 1st, we were no longer going to approve those applications. So a great number of folks decided to get some in at the last minute. During the second quarter, we did issue 1,305 initial licenses. We administered 3,731 examinations, and 9 examination development workshops were held. Overall, we received 9,310 applications in the second quarter. 13,562 renewal applications were received and processed in the second quarter. Our own board cashier processed 2,933 by herself. The rest are handled by Central Cashiering, which is a DCA group. And I'm happy to report that 776 individuals took advantage of online renewal. So we're pretty excited about the online renewal feature. Enforcement program continues to do its fine work. They received 249 consumer complaints, 287 criminal convictions in the second quarter. We closed 392 cases, and we sent 46 cases to the Attorney General's office. Attached is their performance measures that are compiled by the Department of Consumer Affairs. As we have been consistent throughout since the beginning of reporting our performance measures, we either meet or exceed performance measures 1 through 3. Today, I'm happy to report to you performance measure 4. We are actually under the performance goal of 540 days. We are actually at 527 days. And My strong suspicion is this is due to additional staff in the Attorney General's office. So we're pretty excited to see that. We still do have a couple of outlier cases that are older over at the AG's office, but I think moving forward, between the additional staff at the AG's office and the changes that we've made operationally in our office, I think we'll continue to see that at the measure that's the performance goal or under. So, questions?
Yes. 527 days is still seem pretty long. What is the most time-consuming steps then? I'm just thinking how we can cut it down further.
To cut that down. I think what we're going to, one of the things that we've implemented in the enforcement unit is how we refer cases over to the Attorney General's office. Because we're aware of how long it takes to get even a hearing date at the Office of Administrative Hearing, it's a year out. So what we're doing now is, as we're sending cases over, we're identifying cases that we would be willing to offer settlement terms. And once the accusation is served, then we have authorized the Attorney General to explore that option on our behalf with the respondent. So we think what will happen is, and those options will be exercised prior to setting a hearing date. I think we'll be able to get settlement much quicker that way. And then the cases that only really should be going to an administrative hearing will move forward in that process.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think that makes sense because I would rather like to see to have someone under, jurisdiction as soon as possible to protect the public.
Absolutely. Prior, what we were doing in like most DCA entities is we'd send the case over to the AG's office, and then we'd wait. If the respondent happened to contact the Attorney General office inquiring about settlement terms, then we would respond. This is just a little shift in proactive, and hopefully between that and we have 2 individuals dedicated as liaisons for our cases at the AG's office. I think between those 2 operational changes, I think we'll continue to see processing times go down.
I have a question. So I have a very positive experience of renewing my license online. Wonderful. So I'm looking at the cashiering and and the online renewal function. So how does that work? Now, because I was looking at, I'm looking at the number. So we're still receiving a pretty large volume. Obviously sending in. But at the same time, can you also educate us? How is whether the online renewal system is actually helping, maybe like reducing some of the staff's effort in cashiering, or how does it work?
I'm going to refer that to Steve.
Well, I mean, since it's so new, it has the 700 renewals, and it keeps going up every month. I just checked this month, and we're up at, I think, for this month, it's another 800. So exponentially every month it goes up. We're not really seeing that necessarily. I'd have to talk to Ellen again, but I think Ellen's seen a little reduction. But with the amount of renewals we have per month, I think it'll take a couple months more to see less effort on the staff's time. So
maybe the other question would be, so I guess there's always a misconception about, or a perception about online renewal. Then we don't need a cashier unit, and so is that the truth?
That what? I'm sorry. That.
So the online renewal, with so with the online renewal system with the Breeze,
Yes.
then automatically, when I submit my application, and you don't need people.
Oh, we don't need the cashier. No, there's still a lot of work to be done. That renewals is just one function of Ellen's job. There's a lot more on that desk, actually, that we really don't represent on. If I think we do have in the stats about applications that come in, and she has to touch every application that comes in, which can be upwards of 1,000 or more an actual month. So there's a lot of work to be done. I think, what, the one thing that kind of the was ancillary, what's been nice about it is I think there has been less frustration at the front counter and such, and with licensees that renew last minute. It's been really nice to have another avenue to allow them to actually renew automatically. So that's been nice. And I think she will see, it'll be nice if people start using it instead of sending in the manual renewals, which is what gets up to our cashiering unit, then Ellen could concentrate on more stuff. I mean, we do have the work. It's never low for that.
So what I'm hearing is that, with Breeze, online renewal actually is changing the job of the cashiering unit.
Mhm. It could, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Eventually.
But it doesn't reduce the workload.
Oh, no. And that applications still come in. I mean, we're not, because you have just that renewals is just part of it. You have people applying for the exam, you have the intern applications, you have refunds. And the one thing that really gets pushed to the wayside are complications with payments that maybe are not necessary, don't go through, and reimbursements for people that paid too much. That stuff always kind of has to get pushed to the back end so we can get the renewals and the initials. So it's kind of nice. Customer service-wise, it's going to help out in the long run if we're able to attend to those quicker. So I like it.
Yeah, I like it too, as licensee. Betty?
As long as we're talking about renewals online, I had that little glitch where I tried to renew and there was the birthday thing, but I'm just thinking, is that information that our organizations should be passing on to people that if they run into a snag on the online renewals?
Yes, it should be, actually. I'm glad you brought that up. I know that the customer service, CIC, the DCA's customer service branch knows about it. So when people have problems with the Breeze system, they'll call them, and they understand that. But currently, what we are is thank you for bringing that up, we have an issue with renewals. Some people aren't able to create Breeze accounts because their date of birth is not within the system. And usually this has been if you've been licensed for quite a few years, like 90s and before. I believe at the time ATS, the system we used to have before, we didn't necessarily input birth dates. And so Breeze is looking for that birth date. So if you go in, you enter your name and your social security number, and it's giving you an error message, that is probably the case. So you'll have to call CIC or call me. I don't want to put that out there, but I should. Call the board, call me,
Yeah.
email me, and we can
Yeah.
figure that out for you. So.
And to resolve it takes just a short period of time.
Real quick,
It's
yeah.
really, it's a quick fix. So we can do it over the phone and, yeah.
It was a very quick fix, but I could just see.
That's generally the stumbling block that we're seeing with folks that are trying to renew online, is that piece of information is missing. So we've addressed it in the newsletter that you have before you, and the newsletter will go online sometime next week.
And then one more thing too, make sure you read everything. If you're doing an online renewal, make sure you're reading all the questions and answering it properly. We do have the other issue that we stumble upon is the interns that are renewing. There is a question in there, it's going to say, do you want to renew active? And that's a question that as an intern you really don't usually answer, but for this purposes, it even will, I think Breeze language does tell if you are an applicant or if you are an intern, please answer yes. So what will happen there is if you don't answer it, if you don't answer that question, your renewal will be held until you're able to actually call us and get in touch and say, hey, I haven't got my renewal yet, so.
I'm going to this is not about Breeze. I want to back up just a second on the enforcement piece of all the cases. Is this proportional to the increase? Because we talk about the times, the lag times, and the dates. My bigger question is why so many? So is it, pardon?
Why so many cases?
Complaints and convictions, and so I'm just wondering, is this proportionate to the increase of people going into this field, or are we seeing more, is some of the backlog, we're actually seeing more people in this field having issues?
It's two, and I think as your licensing base goes up,
right,
so does the percentage of issues, and so they go hand in hand. When I first started back in '08, I think you could count on, just in new applicants, the hit rate on someone who had a criminal conviction, you're about 5%. We're a little higher now. It's about between 7 and 10%. Yeah, so it's just that you're just seeing a different population of people come through. So, but yeah, and the backlog that's there at the AG's office, you know, like our backlog, they were short-staffed, a lot of cases coming in. Not only do they handle our cases, they also handle all of DCA cases. So you're looking at medical board, registered nursing, barber and cosmetology, anybody that issues a license or a registration. If you're taking formal action to take away a license, it has to go to the Attorney General's office. So, you know, you see our volumes, and the RN volume probably is 4 times that.
Oh, God.
Yeah, just because they have nearly 400,000 licensees. So.
I just want to put it in perspective, so there's growth there. It's not static.
No.
So there's extra work that's being required.
Yes, and as we say in the office, we have lots of job security. It's there.
Board members, any questions? Jan Lee.
Jan Lee Wong, NASW. I just wanted to, Ms. Brown's comments, wanted to throw out a really crude statistic. If you take the number of referrals of 49 to investigation and you divide that by the number of licensees and registrants, you're talking about like 0.05%. So from that perspective, I'm just trying to clarify that we don't have a lot of offenders in the system, basically. The other thing is if you look at the number of complaints received and you also divide the number that gets sent over to the Attorney General, you're talking about 18%. So less than half, less than a quarter of complaints received are actually sent over. So that's also fairly low. We'd like it to be 0, of course.
Oh, yeah.
But that's pretty difficult.
The reason I brought that up is because there's always a complaint about how long it takes to process these. Well, the volume has gone up as well. So if we can see that the processing time goes down as the volume is going up, then I think that those that are doing their job should be commended for that. It's not just a static. You've actually got one going like this and the other one going down. So that's why I was...
Yeah, and that's actually one of my comments is the 527 days. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the licensee or the registrant can continue to practice during that 527 days,
Yes.
which is a little scary.
Yeah.
The other question I have, and I didn't see it in here, maybe it was do you know how many, you have an appeal process at the end?
Yes.
So do you know what the rate is in terms of, completely overturning the discipline or modifying the discipline through the appeals process?
Very little. I would say you're, 0.00% and put a number behind it. It's really, yeah.
Hi, Jill Epstein with CAMFT. I just wanted to clarify, Kim, you said that the board, that there had been 776 individuals who had renewed online. Is that to date since November? Or is
That was
this-
as of, we pulled the February 4th.
From-
So from November when we
Okay,
went
when
live.
it launched.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going to stay here. I have another question about personnel, so.
Okay, awesome. All right, any more questions about operations?
Just a comment when we're talking about numbers. I was staggered by the current one, so if Kim would just tell us, I remember not very long ago when we were at 75,000 licensees. That's not 10 years ago.
No.
How many now?
We are over 100,000. 102, I think we reported in November. And obviously, we've added more. We've exploded. Those numbers don't take in the new licensing volumes, which are still very small but significant. That's just working with our existing licensing programs. So we'll have our first LPCC California graduates arrive in our office this spring. And I expect that number to continue to grow as well as the programs become more familiar to those here in California. They seek that type of licensure. as long, and I also envision the social work program continuing to grow, as the marriage and family therapist program is going to continue to go, and educational psychologists. There's a big need for mental health professionals, so I think we're going to be around for a while.
Right.
What time are we at? I don't think everybody's here. I think we're good. We're good. Okay. Quick personnel update. We're super happy. We have 4 vacancies filled. And we're happy to announce that we have a new half-time probation monitor to assist our current probation monitor. Andrea Bertram-Mueller joined us in November. We have another licensing evaluator. Valerie Inlow is working in the LPCC program, and we are really excited to have her. Portia Hillman accepted the position of an office assistant, and we are super excited that she's here. She was actually one of our AARP candidates, and we were able to turn her into a full-time position as opposed to 20 hours a week, and it's full-time employment for Ms. Hillman. So obviously, we're happy to have her. She was already trained, hit the ground running. We also are now completely full in our enforcement unit with the addition of Mina Michael. His position supports board member votes, so you will be seeing his name often. Of course, with additions, we also have departures. Our CE analyst for a number of years, Pat Fay, retired after 25 years in state service. Her last day was the end of December. Didn't miss my eye that she left as soon as we termed out CE provider apps. Her timing was well. And then Marina O'Connor, you'll recall, was one of our analysts that we had that was really instrumental in assisting us with Breeze and a lot of research projects. She departed to have twin babies, and when she came back, she is now, I'm just going to say it, DCA Executive Office stole her. I don't know, good people are really hard to keep, but Marina has a position as a research analyst with the Executive Office at DCA. Her primary function now is to work with boards and bureaus and establishing licensing performance measures and getting those reports created. So we'll still have interaction with Marina. It's just not going to be on a daily basis. We'll miss her, but I'm really excited. It's a good position for her. We still have 4 vacancies. We have one in the exam unit. We have another MST vacancy in the licensing unit, actually 2 positions in our licensing unit, and a position in our administrative unit that will fill hopefully shortly. It's been a while since we did anything in terms of an organizational chart, so we did try to provide you just a summary of what we look like at 53 and a half positions. We've grown from about 32, 35 positions, so, and just when I took on 5 years ago. So we've, as I said, exploded.
Board members' comments?
It's great.
We're all happy with the report. Okay, so Jill?
Hi, Jill Epstein. I just wanted to clarify the management service technician that you referenced today. Is that different than the person that was referenced in November? So it's an additional person who's
No,
working on?
it's the same.
It's the same person,
Mhm.
okay. So how many, so how many exam evaluators are working on MFT exam applications now?
3.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. It's probably going to be a... How long do you think your present? 25 minutes? Do you want to start early? I think most of the staff is here. Paul, is your licensing group all here? Okay. No? Yeah. Yeah, I think. Yeah, okay. We can start with enforcement.
So we took it out of order. So now this is the chair report. But really, what the chair report is that, I want to kick off our BBS 70th anniversary celebration. So I have a little spiel, so I'm going to just do a little brief introduction. So, again, this is our 70th anniversary this year. So it's very, very special because the board actually was created first in 1945. And the historical piece of legislation to create the board was signed by Governor Earl Warren. So the board was first named as Board of Social Worker Examiner with a mission of consumer protection. So the work of Board of Behavioral Sciences really cannot be accomplished without the staff. So today, we invite the staff to come join us, and we would like to recognize the hard work, the diligence, and the staff's perseverance to help the board accomplish our goals and achieve the mission of consumer protection. So what I would like to do is to introduce each unit. So if the staff can come out as I announce the name, and we will have a little recognition for you. So, and I will have Deborah, our vice chair, to help me do something very special. So, yes. There you go. So first, let's start with the licensing unit. Yeah. So as I call your name, please come up to the front, and we'll go from there. So the licensing unit manager is Paula Gershon. Paula, would you please come up? Yes. Yes. So let me just announce the name. Yes. And then the staff member of licensing units is Joanna Nguyen. Are you here, Joanna? So, yeah. May not be here yet? Yeah. Okay. So Terry Malloy, Valerie Anlo, Stephen Tierney, Kim Higginbotham, Debbie Flewellen, Lupe Baltazar, Lee Lyles, Debbie McAdams, Darlene York, Christina Hansens, Trish Winkler, and Milena Amaro. So I would like to present this extraordinary group of individuals. They work very tirelessly to reduce the overwhelming examination application backlog. The licensing unit facing many challenges over the past several years, such as reducing work schedules, numerous staff vacancies, and increasing application volumes. The reduction of the examination application backlog is a result of creative teamwork approach, additional staff resources, and the leadership of licensing manager Paula Gershon. So the board wants to recognize each of these individuals for their hard work and dedication to the board. So just another note, we will have photo opportunity during the break time, so. We'll come back and regroup again. Thank you very much, Paula and the licensing unit. So the next unit we want to recognize is the examination unit. So the staff member, okay, the manager first is Mark Mason. Yay! And so this is a very small unit, so we only have 3 staff. Marsha Gove, Mary Cotto, and Terry Haggerty. Would you please come up? So the examination unit is small but very incredible because they're responsible for the board's examination program. Their work entails frequent and ongoing interaction with examination candidates, subject matter experts, and the board's testing vendors. Under the direction of Manager Mark Mason, this conscientious unit ensures the development of quality examination, examination security, and compliance with federal law relating to testing accessibility. The board would like to recognize each one of you guys of your hard work and dedication to the board. Thank you very much. And by the way, it's a surprise. I don't think any of the staff know about this, right? Yes. Yes. So the next one is administration unit. So the staff members, let's see, oh, I did that. The next one is, let's see, is the enforcement unit. Ooh. Let's see. So the enforcement unit, let's see. Licensing, I did the, wait, I mixed up. And admin, okay. So the next one is examination unit. Thank you. I did examination, okay. Enforcement, let's do enforcement, okay. So the enforcement units, the managers are Pearl Yu and Gina Bayless. Would you please all come up? The staff members are Ann Glass-Moyer, Julie McAuliffe, Andrea Bartram-Mueller, Gina Beaver, Flora Lopez, Jason Glass-Spilgo, who's not present today, Melissa Lara, Michelle Ernest Villanueva, Mina Michael, Crystal Martinez, Sandra Wright, Raquel Pina, Mary Hannafin, Cynthia Burnett, Cassandra Kearney, Marlon McManus, Julie Ruprecht, and Craig Zimmerman. So the enforcement unit is comprised of 20 exceptional individuals who work to ensure the public is protected from unsafe practitioners. The nature of their work frequently involves highly frustrated individuals who are unhappy with the board's decision. Through their commitment to consumer protection and under the leadership of Manager Pearl Yu and Gina Bayless, the enforcement unit has always either exceeded or met the established performance measures. The board would like to recognize each one of these individuals of their hard work and dedication to the board. Thank you so much. Thank you. So the next one is the administration unit. So the administration unit manager is Mark Mason. Again, you have double duty, huh? So the administration unit's staff members are Lene Stiles, Roseanne Helms, Kirsty Berger, Don LaFranco, Lori Williams, Christine Kitamura, Charles Johnson, Marilyn Schilling, David Jones, Portia Hillman, Heather Ito, Charles Height, Carl Poretta, Alicia Day, and Alan Villegas. So, the administration unit is comprised of a group of remarkable individuals who work diligently behind the scenes to ensure board's operation runs smoothly. They're responsible for the technology, the budgets, the personnel, or the board members' liaison. They're also the face of the board as they answer the phones and processing renewals and applications. Additionally, this unit is charged with developing language to carry out the policy direction of the board members. Under the leadership of Manager Mark Mason, the administrative unit's work represents numerous tasks that left unattended would delay the board's operation. So the board would like to recognize each one of these individuals of their hard work and dedication to the board. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Right, okay. Not yet, don't leave yet. So the last but not the least, we have two very important individuals. Who are the executive officers? So we have Assistant Executive Officer Steve Sodergren, and also our Executive Officer Kim Metzen. So Kim and Steve are a wonderful, wonderful team. So they are in charge of the oversight of the board's operation and programs and the implementation of the board policies. They are also the liaisons with the government departments, legislatures, professional organizations, and sometimes disgruntled consumers. They are responsible also for ensuring the compliance and enforcement of department, state, or federal policies and procedures. On behalf of the board, I would like to sincerely thank Kim and Steve for their relentless effort and this creative problem solving and their dedication to provide the highest quality of the work to create an exceptional and outstanding organization to uphold the mission of consumer protection. Thank you. So the next very exciting session, we're actually going to recognize a group of dedicated staff who work for us, work for BBS for over 20 years. So I'm going to start with Peter on that side, and Peter is going to present the certificates to those particular individuals. So why don't you call the name first, have they come up, and you can read the resolution.
Mary, could you come up, please? It really is my pleasure and honor to read the following resolution from the board for you. Mary Cotto, examination technician, is hereby presented this resolution in recognition of her outstanding and valuable service to the California State Board of Behavioral Sciences. Whereas Ms. Cotto has faithfully served as an examination technician for the BBS for over 22 years. She is deserving of the highest commendation. And whereas throughout her years of service, Ms. Cotto has given her time, ideas, and invaluable contributions and has acted forthrightly and conscientiously, always with the public interest and welfare in mind. And whereas the members of the BBS wish to express to her their high esteem and regard. Now, therefore, be it resolved this 26th day of February 2015 that the members of the California State Board of Behavioral Sciences express their heartfelt recognition and appreciation to Mary Cotto for her outstanding contribution and support to the BBS. Thank you.
So Leah, you can, you're just going to speak on the mic. Okay.
It's easier.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, go
Why
down
don't
in
you
front
come
and do it.
Yes.
Got it.
Hi. Yeah.
I would like to ask Julie McAuliffe to please come forward. Julie McAuliffe, enforcement. I don't know. Anywhere, that should work. Enforcement analyst is hereby presented this resolution in recognition of her outstanding and valuable service to the California State Board of Behavioral Sciences. Whereas Ms. McAuliffe has faithfully served as an analyst in the administration unit, the examination unit, and the enforcement unit for the BBS for over 22 years, she's deserving of the highest commendation. And whereas throughout her years of service, Ms. McAuliffe has given her time, ideas, and invaluable contributions, and has acted forthrightly and conscientiously, always with the public interest and welfare in mind. And whereas the members of the BBS wish to express to her their highest esteem and regard. Now, therefore, be it resolved this 26th day of February 2015 that the members of the California State Board of Behavioral Sciences express their heartfelt recognition and appreciation to Julie McAuliffe, for her outstanding contribution and support to the BBS. Barker. Yes. Okay. Lene Stiles, come on down. Hi. Lene Stiles, Staff Information Systems Analyst, is hereby presented this resolution in recognition of her outstanding and valuable service to the California State Board of Behavioral Sciences. Whereas Ms. Stiles has faithfully served as a Staff Information Systems Analyst for the BBS for over 20 years, she is deserving of the highest commendation. And whereas throughout her years of service, Ms. Stiles has given her time, ideas, and invaluable contributions and has acted forthrightly and conscientiously, always with the public interest and welfare in mind. And whereas the members of the BBS wish to express her their highest esteem and regard, now therefore be it resolved this 26th day of February 2015 that the members of the California State Board of Behavioral Sciences express their heartfelt recognition and appreciation to Lynn Stiles for her outstanding contribution and support to the BBS. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Higginbotham. Congratulations. Kim Higginbotham, Licensing Evaluator, is hereby presented this resolution in recognition of her outstanding and valuable service to the California State Board of Behavioral Sciences. Whereas Ms. Higginbotham has faithfully served as a licensing evaluator for BBS for over 29 years. She is deserving of the highest commendation. And whereas throughout her years of service, Ms. Higginbotham has given her time, ideas, and invaluable contributions and has acted forthrightly and conscientiously, always with the public interest and welfare in mind. And whereas the members of the BBS wish to express to her their high esteem and regard, now therefore be it resolved this 26th day of February 2015 that the members of the California State Board of Behavioral Sciences express their heartfelt recognition and appreciation to Kim Higginbotham for her outstanding contribution and support to the BBS.
So there is a little special reason why I why I assigned Renee to present to Kim. It's because Renee is our longest serving board members. And so this, Kim is actually the longest serving staff on the board. Very special.
Oh, it's you. Okay. All right. Mary Hannafin. Mary Hannafin, Enforcement Analyst, is hereby presented this resolution in recognition of her outstanding and valuable service to the California State Board of Behavioral Sciences. Whereas Ms. Hannafin has faithfully served as an analyst in the licensing unit and enforcement unit for the BBS for over 22 years, she's deserving of the highest commendation. And whereas throughout her years of service, Ms. Hannafin has given her time, ideas, and invaluable contributions, and has acted forthrightly and conscientiously, always with the public interest and welfare in mind. And whereas the members of the BBS wish to express to her their high esteem and regard,
Now therefore, be it resolved, this 26th day of February 2015, that the members of the California State Board of Behavioral Sciences express their heartfelt recognition and appreciation to Mary Hannafin for her outstanding contribution and support to the BBS. Congratulations. And I don't know if you all saw, Mary, can you bring that back just a second? That everybody gets, the whole board, everybody signed. So, and those are real signatures.
We actually worked very hard yesterday just to sign those resolutions.
Christy Berger. Christy Berger, Regulation Analyst, is hereby presented this resolution in recognition of her outstanding and valuable services to the California State Board of Behavioral Sciences. Whereas Ms. Berger has faithfully served in the Administration Unit, Examination Unit, and Licensing Unit for the BBS for over 25 years, she is deserving of the highest commendation. And whereas throughout her years of service, Ms. Berger has given her time, ideas, and invaluable contributions, and has acted forthrightly and conscientiously, always with the public interest and welfare in mind. And whereas the members of the BBS wish to express to her their high esteem and regard, now therefore be it resolved the 26th day of February 2015 that the members of the California State Board of Behavioral Sciences express their heartfelt recognition and appreciation to Christy Berger for her outstanding contribution and support to the BBS. I certainly appreciate it. Thank you. I have Paula Gershon, please, if you could join me. Paula Gershon, Licensing Manager, and is hereby presented this resolution in recognition of her outstanding and valuable service to the California State Board of Behavioral Sciences, whereas Ms. Gershon has faithfully served in the Administration Unit, Examination Unit, and the Licensing Unit for the BBS for over 22 years. She is deserving of the highest commendation. And whereas throughout her years of service, Ms. Gershon has given her time, ideas, and invaluable contributions, and has acted forthrightly and conscientiously, always with the public interest and welfare in mind. And whereas the members of the BBS wish to express her their highest esteem and regard, now therefore be it resolved this 26th day of February 2015 that the members of the California Board of Behavioral Sciences express their heartfelt recognition and appreciation to Paula Gershon for her outstanding contribution and support to the BBS. Congratulations.
So we have one more, and that's Karen. Yes.
Debbie Fluellen.
Oh.
All right. I'm going to tell you that she has worked for 28 years as a licensing evaluator. And she has to be very, very experienced at her job. I'm humbled. I'm humbled by her. Please express our gratitude to her when she returns and give her this.
So I want to thank all the staff for coming down to join us in the meeting. So we're going to take a short break, and in the meantime, during the break time, feel free, we're going to take some photos. Feel free to mingle with our board members, and I think we will resume in
He's
about,
not even here. He's not here yet, so no photos.
no photos.
Yeah, sorry. It's the other
So we can
Caesar.
still use a break. So we'll be creative and we can use our cell phone.
Yes.
Yet. So stay
Yeah, yeah.
behind. So we'll try to consider how we can do the other professional shots, but we'll take a short break and we'll come back.
I'm going to
yes.
try and get him.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So let's break. Thank you. While we, get the pictures and get the business taken care of. So we're back in the session, and again, thank you so much for being patient. The next agenda item is the Office of Professional Examination Service presentation. So we have Amy. Yes, thank you. So the presentation is going to be here, right?
Right.
So maybe board members, if we can just move down and we can see the presentation all together. Thank you.
I can too.
Okay.
Yes.
For those who can't see.
Yes, for those who can't. We can see. Because I had moved and then gone like.
Hey, good morning. I'm Amy Welch-Gandy, and I'm here from the Office of Professional Examination Services to present you an overview of exam development. So our office, we provide professional psychometric expertise in examination development and validation services to many of the Department of Consumer Affairs boards, bureaus, and committees. We also provide project management oversight for the department's master contract for computer-based testing services. So we oversee the contract for the administration of many of the exams under the department. Our mission at OPES is to protect the interest of consumers by supporting the Department of Consumer Affairs and its regulatory entities in their commitment to establish and maintain licensure examination programs that are fair, valid, and legally defensible. So what services does OPES provide? We provide all aspects of licensure validation process, which includes occupational analysis, or what's sometimes referred to as job analysis, exam development, test scoring and statistical analysis, program evaluation and evaluations of national exams. So we conduct audits of national exam programs. We also provide oversight, as I mentioned before, for the computer-based testing program and their quality assurance program. And we also report to the legislature every year under the Business and Professions Code, Section 139, how all of the licensing programs are functioning and if they're staying in with compliance for what's expected of licensure programs. OPES currently has 21 clients, and within those clients we develop 47 exams. So we get to learn a little bit about a lot of different professions, which makes our job very interesting. So not only do we work with marriage and family therapists and LCSWs, LPCCs, we also get to learn about acupuncture, automotive repair, dental hygiene. So we get to learn a lot of different areas of exams under the Department of Consumer Affairs. How does our office maintain or ensure validity of licensure exams? We maintain an independent and objective perspective in the development of licensure exams. So we're kind of an outside group. We're not working for the board directly, and we're contracting with the board. So we're maintaining that outside perspective, the testing expert perspective. We also adhere to technical and professional standards in order to ensure that examinations are psychometrically sound, job-related, and legally defensible. So in order to do that, there's several regulations and standards and guidelines that we follow. Business and Profession Code, Section 139, that's a code that regulates exams and licensure, and that requires boards to conduct occupational analyses every 5 to 7 years and to report to the legislature annually that they're in compliance with licensure process for exams. We also follow the principles for the validation and use of personnel selection procedures and the standards for educational and psychological testing. Those are considered the Bibles in the testing world. Both of these standards state explicitly that in order for exams to be considered legally defensible, we must provide evidence that the test content for the licensure exam must be linked back to what practitioners are actually doing on the job. So we're always concerned with what's going on in the real world. We want to test what's actually being done out there in the profession. So examination development overview. The three main components are the occupational analysis, examination development, and passing score. The occupational analysis is the way we validate our exams by showing that we're testing on job-related content. As I mentioned before, what are people actually doing in the real world? The exam development is linked to the occupational analysis, and throughout exam development, we're always including subject matter experts or licensed practitioners. That's another way of us showing job relatedness and validity in our exam. The final step is the passing score. For the BBS exams, we use a criterion referenced passing score. And this type of passing score methodology is not dependent upon candidate performance. So we're not looking at the average of how candidates perform. We're looking at minimum competence, and I'm going to talk more about that in a minute. So throughout the steps of exam development, there's a cycle, and it's a continuous cycle. It's not, it never stops. It's ongoing. We're always updating the exam. And the beginning of the cycle is on the left side. So it's that we start with the occupational analysis. And within that occupational analysis, there's background research, we collect data, we send out a survey. From there, we develop an exam outline. Then we go into writing, review, construction, and passing score. So we have two sides of exam development, the occupational analysis and then the exam development side. And it's a continuous cycle. We're always continuing to work on it. So what is an occupational analysis? It's a study of the profession. It defines the tasks that new licensees must be able to perform at the time of licensure. It also identifies knowledges that are needed. So what knowledge do newly licensed practitioners need in order to perform their job competently and safely? So we're worried about public protection. The occupational analysis is conducted about every 5 to 7 years, but if something new or laws change within the profession, then we may conduct one sooner than that if there's a major change or the scope of practice has changed. So the 5 to 7 year rule is not a hard and fast rule, but if you haven't conducted one in 7 years, then it's time. So why are they critical? Basically because our standards dictate that they must be done. We must complete occupational analyses. Our standards and the law dictate this. So it helps us establish the job relatedness of examinations and helps us form the basis of legally defensible exams. So following the occupational analysis, one of the main components that, or the main things that result from the occupational analysis is our examination outline. And that's our blueprint for the exam. It tells us what we're going to test. It gives us a description of practice. We list the knowledges that are needed for our test questions. It also identifies the weight for different content areas that we're going to test on. So for example, within MFT, we have about 6 content areas, and within each of those content areas, there's different weightings associated with that. And that comes from our exam outline. Following the development of the exam outline, we get into the work of developing the exam. So we have several types of workshops where subject matter experts come and participate, which are item writing, item review, exam construction, and passing score. With item writing, we invite 6 to 10 licensees to come to our office. They get training on how to write test questions. Then they go off and they sit at computers and independently write test questions. They're given reference sources. Those references are reviewed by other groups of SMEs and also the board to make sure that they're at a master's level. They're references that would have been seen in their educational programs and things like that. So we make sure the reference lists are vetted among the group and with the board. So they look at the exam plan, the references, they write questions independently. Sometimes we go back as a group and look at those questions together, and the writers get feedback for those questions. Following writing is item review. So we have a separate group of subject matter experts come in, and that's so that we have a different set of eyes look at the questions. We find that the writers have a hard time criticizing each other within the workshop, so it's better to have a fresh set of eyes come in. That group comes in and they get training again. They verify that the questions are linked back to our exam outline. They verify that the key is correct. They verify the reference is correct, and that the key and all the distractors make sense. So we're looking at the clarity and accuracy of each test question. Following review, we have exam construction. We have yet another group of licensees come in. They look at a pool of questions. So if we have a 100-item exam, for example, we'll have the group look at, let's say, 200 items. And they pick out the best 100 items based on the exam plan. So their job is to look at the questions, make sure they're measuring entry-level information, they're accurate, and so they're selecting the test questions. They review the questions for accuracy. They're looking for duplicates, so we don't have too many questions covering one topic area. And then enemies. Enemies are questions that lead the answer to an upcoming question. So, yes. Okay. So enemies are questions that if you're taking an exam and you don't know the answer to question 2, but then you get to question 10 and it gives you the answer to 2, we want to avoid those types of questions. So we're looking for questions that stand alone and, are independent. We also always include pilot questions. So those newly written questions that came from item review, we incorporate some of those into the exams. We're always piloting questions to make sure that they perform well before we put them out as live questions. That way, candidates aren't penalized for poorly written questions. They go through review, they go through a rigorous process of, making sure that the questions are accurate and linked, but we always have a couple of questions that maybe just don't perform how we expect. So we don't want to penalize the candidates for those questions. The final workshop is passing score. So we have another group of subject matter experts or licensees come in. In this group, it's very important that half of the group is licensed less than 5 years, and that's just because we want the entry-level perspective. We want those people in there who can remember what it was like to sit for the exam. What did they know when they were sitting for the exam and becoming licensed? We follow a modified Angoff technique, and basically that means we are looking at a criterion reference passing score, and the criterion is minimal acceptable competence for licensure. So much of the time is spent talking about what does a minimally competent candidate look like. And a lot of times when people hear minimally competent, they think not competent, but that's not what we mean. We mean, what do those candidates look like who are ready for independent practice right at the beginning? They're not going to cause harm to the public. So the candidate or the licensees, the SMEs come in, we talk about who that minimally competent candidate is, and then they take the test. So we put them in the seat of the candidate. They get a sense of the difficulty level of the questions, and then we ask them to make ratings, or judgments of the questions. They get to tell us how difficult they feel the question is, or how hard it is, and how many minimally competent candidates they feel would answer the question correctly. All of that data is calculated, and that determines our passing score. So after the exam gets pass pointed and we send it off to our computer-based testing vendor, candidates start taking the test. We start looking at the data. We look at the exam statistics. How is it performing? Are too many people passing? Are too few passing? How reliable is the test? We look at, are the high scores the ones who are passing versus the low scores? And is the test measuring what we want it to measure? So we're always looking at the exam data, monitoring it, making sure everything is going smoothly. We also look at the item statistics. So for each individual item, we're looking at how those items are performing. Are there any questions where nobody is getting the question correct? We also look at easy questions. If everybody gets it correct, we look into that too, but it's not as concerning as if everybody is getting a question wrong. So if that's the case, then we work with the board to maybe pull those items or decide, do we want to give credit for those items, what's going on. So we're always taking those things into consideration. We also take into consideration candidate feedback. Candidates are allowed to make comments on each of the individual items as they're taking the exam, but they also have an opportunity to make comments once the exam is finished. Sometimes candidates feel pressured, they don't want to stop and make comments as they're going through the exam, but then maybe they feel like there were some questions they want to comment on, and that's perfectly fine. They can take home a candidate comment form and mail it back, and that comes directly to our office. So we get to look at many of the candidate comment forms and compare them to the data. So if we see 5 people are telling us, I felt like there were 2 right answers. I felt like A and B were both right. And then we look at the data and it's showing, most people feel like they're both, they're torn between A and B as an option. So we look into that and investigate, how did it perform historically? Do we want to make a change? Is B and A, are they both really keys and we missed it somehow? So we're always taking those things into consideration. So successful exam development requires all of us to work together, the board, the SMEs who we invite, and OPES. Contributions made by the SMEs, we cannot do this work without them. They're vital. We have great subject matter experts who come, dedicate their time. We always have people from Northern California, Southern California, people with different areas of expertise within the profession. They come to our office here in Sacramento. They provide feedback to us, tell us what's changing in the profession, if there's new trends, what's going on. So we can't do our work without them. Working with the board, we engage in planning sessions with the board, maintain open communication. We ask for the board to report to us any trends and changes that they're aware of or new laws. It's important that the exams reflect the most current law. So we want to know, if you know of upcoming laws that are changing, what are those so we can incorporate them on the exam. We don't want to test candidates get frustrated when they come across a question and they know the law's changed and the new answer isn't there. The board is also responsible for the recruitment and coordination of the SMEs and then complying with our contract that we have with them. Contributions by our office. We help with the planning and implementation of exam development. We facilitate the workshops with the SMEs. We score the exam and perform item analysis, maintain the question banks or the item banks, coordinate the activities between the computer-based testing vendor. We provide those exams to the vendor, and the manager of that program works within our office. And we also provide continuous technical oversight and assistance as needed. So we do a lot of work. A lot of work goes into developing a great exam or a successful exam program. But we also need to work to maintain the exam development program. So one of the ways that we want to maintain an exam is to prevent information sharing or to educate people on what is okay for information sharing. So I have a sample question here. Which of the following actions may be taken against a candidate or licensee who shares test questions or test information from a licensing examination? Denial, suspension, or revocation of a license to practice. That's A. B, fined up to $10,000 in the cost of litigation. C, charged with a misdemeanor. And D, all of the above. So the answer here is all of the above. Candidates are given a security agreement that they sign when they take the exam. They're not supposed to share information. Also, our subject matter experts and our testing staff, we all sign examination security agreements to make sure that we're all aware of the consequences of sharing information and that we're all on the same page of what is exam security. So what's okay to share? After candidates have taken the exam or subject matter experts have come to our office to work on development, people don't always have a malicious intent when sharing questions. Sometimes they feel they're trying to be helpful. They just want to share their experience, but they don't realize that they're violating exam security, and that can have detrimental consequences to the exam. So things that are okay to share, how the testing process went. So what was your experience at the test center? Information about the facility. Was it cold? Was it hot? Was it noisy? What were the amenities? Was there, drinking fountains nearby or vending machines? Were you allowed to take breaks? Things like that. The length of time that was spent at the testing site. So did you take a long time? Was it shorter than you expected? How was the check-in process? Were the proctors welcoming and nice? Did they provide good customer service? Those are things that are okay to share. What's not okay to share is specific content of the test questions. So if you were taking the vignette and you got the John vignette, you don't want to share that information. Or you noticed that there were many questions about bipolar I disorder, so that's not okay to share. Or theories, if you felt there was an abundance of cognitive behavioral questions, you should study up on that. We don't want those types of things being shared. Also, how you answered the question. So the candidates, we don't want people blogging, I came upon a question and I wasn't sure how to answer it, but this is the answer I provided. That's not okay to share with other people. Also, what questions that you think are possibly pre-test questions. We have a lot of feedback from candidates that we hear that they're sharing, you know, the board's going to be testing the new DSM-5, but we know they're not really testing that, so those are pre-tests. Just ignore them or just pick random answers. That really puts a wrench in our system as far as getting that test data that we need in order to put out good questions. So that makes our job more difficult. So the final slide I have is a fun slide. So we have the 10 most wanted cheaters. And this slide comes from Cavion Test Security. It's a free poster. You can order it from them. I love it. I think it's a fun example. So some of these we're probably familiar with. We have the hacker. It's a person who hacks into the system. Luckily, our systems are pretty secure, so we don't have to worry too much about that. The smuggler, that person, you know, brings in cheat sheets and notes and stuff like that. The ones that we worry about in exam development for licensure are this one at the bottom, the chain gang. So that's a group of people who come together and they go in, maybe they have 2 or 3 people who take test questions in order to memorize them and then sell them either online or to a prep school. So they're working together to get items, to harvest items from our exam. So we see those people, we know they're out there. Also, there's another type of cheater which isn't on here but comes from Cavion too, which is the storyteller. And that's an individual, someone we see as a chronic test taker, a professional test taker. Our proctors tell us they come in over and over. They take about 5 questions and then they leave. And they're getting more and more questions. So they're harvesting questions over their intent. They're going in, memorizing, and then selling those or working within their own company to get those questions out there. Another type of cheater, which is the most disturbing, is the insider, and that would be like our subject matter experts, hopefully not board staff or OPS staff, but we have seen situations where subject matter experts have shared test information. So the insider is someone who has the inside information. They've been in contact with the questions directly. And they have the intent to sell the questions, or share them with others. Sometimes we have people who, you know, they maybe supervise candidates and they feel like they're just helping them out, but we really need to express, you know, that that's not a good idea. So we need to really try to maintain our security of the exam as much as possible.
Thank you, Amy.
The time traveler is someone, and this is something that you probably happened more with paper pencil exams, where if you have someone taking the exam in Northern California and Southern California and they're at different times. So let's say you have an exam going on in Sacramento at 9 a.m. and then you have your Southern California exam scheduled at 1 p.m. So the people who took it at 9 a.m. call after and tell their friends in Southern California what's on the test.
Leah, and then Peter has a question.
So when you recruit your subject matter experts, are you also looking at other areas of diversity like race and ethnicity and maybe the social class group that they're working with, or gender?
We don't have that information. Gender, we could guess, but I don't believe the board collects that, so we're not. After we've had people come, we could, you know, kind of build that data and recruit that. But initially with recruiting, really we're interested more in the diversity of their experience and what kind of clients they work with.
Of course, but different races think differently
Right.
and work differently. So there is meaningful differences among people from different groups.
We do have diverse SMEs. It's just not something we initially seek out, but we do, our pool is diverse. It is hard, though, to get male SMEs sometimes, because seems to be a more female-dominated profession, but we get men in there quite a bit, so.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Actually, our next agenda item is about accommodation for people, English is not their first language. So I'm going to ask you a number of questions. When you design the test, how are you going to decide how much time the licensee or potential licensee would need to take the exam?
Typically, for licensure, the candidates receive 1 minute per item if they're basic multiple choice type questions. Many of our questions are at what we call the application or analysis level, which comes from Bloom's taxonomy. And we do take into consideration if the questions are more difficult or lengthy. For example, with the vignettes, we base the amount of time candidates get on what it would take to answer a complex calculus problem or complex math problem. So we do take into consideration the length of time based on difficulty of the item and if it requires more thinking or higher level thinking.
Okay, but what about the language skill? Did you take that into consideration?
We do look at readability. So we look at readability statistics, what level the questions are at. But as far as English as a second language, we look at avoiding idioms and things that could be confusing to candidates whose English is a second language or language is not, their first language is not English. So we are taking those things into consideration as we're writing the questions.
What about, let's say it's a native speaker. Do you assume the person taking the exam with average reading speed?
I would
they're
think
slow
so.
readers, they're fast readers.
Right,
okay?
right. The thing that we're taking into consideration is that the candidates for these exams have a master's degree. So they've been able to successfully graduate from school. I think that if reading is a challenge for candidates, they are able to submit an ADA request if no?
Yeah, that's not what I'm thinking. It's just like, have you ever considered reading speed? Like, I'm a slow reader. Well, first of all, English is not my language. But let's say, it's some, all the native speakers.
Right.
Someone naturally read very slowly. The purpose of the exam is not to test someone who can read fast and answer the question correctly. So that's why I asked the question.
During the passing score workshop, we have the SMEs take the test. Some of the test developers have the subject matter experts take the test as the candidate. So they sit, let's say for LCSW and MFT, there's 200 items and the candidates get 4 hours. So the SMEs get 4 hours to take it. And it kind of gives us a sense. Is half of the group finishing in 2 hours? Is everybody taking 4 hours? Do they need more than that? Is everybody finishing under that 4 hours? We also look at, not regularly, but we have looked at data from our computer-based testing vendor to see if candidates are timing out, if they're not finishing the exam in the allotted time that they're given. So we look at that and we kind of try to look at averages. How long does the average test taker take for the exam? So those are things that we consider.
Yeah, I'm sorry, please bear with me. The reason why I asked those questions is because what I'm thinking is if exam is designed to be taken in 2 hours, let's say if I just arbitrarily say, why don't you make it 3 hours? Would that upset you as a test designer?
The exam is not meant, as we said before, as it's not a reading test. We're trying to find out what they know. So we don't want to penalize the slower reader. We want them to have ample time, but at the same time, based on our data, I think it seems that candidates have enough time to take the exam.
But my next question is more about English as a second language. Would that upset you as a test designer to give them the extra hour, for example?
No, it wouldn't upset me. It's something to consider. I think we definitely take that into consideration. A perspective is that if the candidates, especially for BBS, they've graduated with a master's degree, so there's an expectation that they've taken coursework in English, they've taken exams throughout their life or throughout their higher education in English. So we would expect that they would hopefully be successful taking this exam as well.
But from your perspective as a test designer, you would not perceive it as an unfair advantage for people take longer time because they're, not a native speaker. Am I right? Can I get you to say that?
I'm going to invite our chief, Dr. Linser Hill, to come and speak to that more, our OPES chief.
Hi. I would just say if the board is considering that they want to move in that direction, that we would look at the data that we have for your program. We'll look at the average, we'll look at the time it takes the applicants to take all of your exams and see if there's any issues, and can give you the average time. And so we would look into that further for you. We wouldn't want to make a definitive statement right at this point.
Fair enough. Thank you.
I don't know about the rest of the board, but the language thing it came up in my Senate confirmation hearing, I know, just this last year, and so it has been.
Let's save that conversation for the agenda item.
It's fine. I'm not going to talk about it, but I just wanted to say it's a concern of mine as well, so, but that's not what I wanted to say. I actually had a question for you. How do you find out about the offenders? I know I noticed there was somebody that's in our newsletter that was caught. How do you do enforcement, and do you do go out and look for these types of offenders, or do you just get it by word of mouth? How does that work?
It varies. Sometimes it's word of mouth. We have subject matter experts, especially those newly licensed subject matter experts that come in who've gone to prep schools, and they say, I recognize that item. That was on my prep school material. And then we decide, we pull that item out. Sometimes there's anonymous reports made to the board that they're aware of people doing these things. At the computer-based testing centers, the proctors are aware of these types of behaviors, and they're on the lookout. If they recognize people coming in over and over to take an exam, or just behaviors that they have as they present to take their exam. So they're kind of aware of those people. Whether or not we can go after them, that's another story. I know the board has in the past done some undercover work at different prep schools, and
yeah, that's what I was curious about. If there was, like if you had anything in your budget for that type of sort of investigation.
Patricia, normally that comes to our attention, and so we fund, the investigation is solely ours.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, with the particular article you're referencing, Amy in particular was a big part of that investigation. She was the one that helped assist the undercover operative in determining how many questions that particular individual had taken from that particular exam.
So that's, then it's kind of board specific then. I mean,
Yeah.
you'll hear that from different, but it's not something you, okay.
Yeah, we get lots of complaint, not lots, but we've had a fair amount, but the challenge for us is to prove it. That's a huge challenge.
Actually, I just a technical question. This is not SAT, but as you know, the college board, they have the O exams available to everybody. So I guess it's just too expensive for our type of exam to just, like, okay, I don't care, you can take it home or whatever. You cannot have the luxury to design a similar exam. Am I right about that?
Yes, yes.
I have a small question. So a couple of our licensing exams are going to move forward for, adopting the national exam. So what will be, how can OPES help us in that sense? Will you look at like the test validity,
Like with occupational analyses, we would recommend that you hire our office or an outside consultant to do audits, perform audits every 5 to 7 to 10 years on those national exams. One, to make sure that they're in compliance with standards, and also to make sure that they're still testing what's relevant in California. But national exams face the same problems that we do as far as test security, so.
So the audit will happen, your recommendation for audits is about, 5 to 7 years?
Typically,
Once
it would
every-
happen whenever the national exam program puts out their new occupational analysis. So as they develop them, then that would kind of trigger our office to say, okay, it's time for an audit.
Questions from board members? Thank you very much, Amy. This is very helpful. And the public, any public comments? So Angela first and Jan Lee.
Angela Khan, AMFT. Ms. Gander, is that right? Gandy, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. I think I heard you say that that you have the subject matter experts actually sit for the exam to figure out the testing.
Score.
Yeah, passing score. And in figuring out the timing and the passing score, you said that helps you understand the average test taker, but the subject matter expert is not an average test taker.
It gives them the sense of the difficulty level of the test. It puts them in the seat of a candidate.
That
It doesn't
seems-
give them
okay.
what an average test taker, the sense of an average test taker, but it gives them their own sense of the difficulty level of the question.
And does your group actually collect data on an average test, an
Yes,
applicant
yes. So we
taking?
look at both. We have real data in front of us, and then we have what the subject matter experts are telling us.
Janley Wong, NASW. California, as mentioned, is moving towards a national exam for the clinical portion. Your presentation, is that the same process for developing the other exam, the law and ethics
Yes.
exam? So how do you do the occupational survey and you ask a bunch of questions about knowledge of law and knowledge of ethics? Is that how you do it?
We find out what is the most critical aspects of law that LCSWs or MFTs should be tested on. So it's not that we want to test on everything, but what do the licensees encounter every day or more often? And so what are those critical components of law and ethics?
So at some point, do you involve a, quote, legal expert, unquote? Because you'll be asking them, how much do you know about mandatory reporting? And that is based in law. So they're not lawyers per se.
Right.
So do you go somewhere else, or do you just rely on their response to the questions?
We rely on their response, and then the board reviews it. Sometimes if we're not sure, we would ask for legal to look in on it and review.
Yeah, let me bring up one of our favorite recent topics, the interpretation of AB 1775, which was effective January 1st, 2016. And there are kind of several interpretations of that legislation regarding the reporting of people viewing child pornography. So would that be a SME interpretation of how to report that, or would that be a lawyer's interpretation of how to report that?
If we are in a group and that topic came up and nobody agreed, then we would definitely seek outside consultation about, which direction. And we may not even ask test questions about that. If it's too controversial or it's so new that we feel like maybe the candidates aren't going to be aware of that either, it's not a fair question. But we definitely seek outside consultation if it's something that the SMEs don't agree on. But in those situations too, we have to consider if they don't understand it, and sometimes we have professors of law and ethics come in as subject matter experts, and even they don't always know, but we do, we definitely want to make sure that we're testing on what's right and what's the letter of the law.
We also try to put our law and ethics questions in a clinical context, so it's not just questions straight out of the law, but it gives a scenario, and then how would you answer this based on the law? So it's a scenario-based question. So hopefully it's a clear enough scenario that everyone understands that this would be the clear right answer. If there's some questionable issues with that law, we wouldn't go to those. We would go to the thing that was most clear and understand.
Yeah, I think this is a serious question because theoretically, the profession, the professionals, the licensees define the practice, and they define the exam, theoretically. So if you use a non-licensee or a practice person, such as an attorney, no offense to the attorneys here, then you're allowing a non-professional mental health professional to define something for mental health professionals. Now, that may be okay, but it's not the same concept. The idea is the professionals define the practice and the profession.
Neil Howell, AAMFT California. I was wondering if there is a relationship between your organization and the companies that sell test preparation, and if they're perhaps giving out information that shouldn't be given out, as you were talking about, if someone were to take the test and then go tell someone that it's heavy on CBT or something like that. I think they give that kind of information in the testing preparation.
Right, and that's, we're not associated with them, and that's what we're trying to prevent from happening. So we don't want prep schools to have the testing information.
They're basing the testing preparation without actually seeing the tests.
As far as we know, yes.
Any more questions?
Just as a comment, I want to, just in terms of developing the exam, it's a 6-month process. And we use about 300 SMEs to do our exams right now. So and it's ongoing. We have workshops going along frequently. And they do a good job, so thank you.
Thank you very much. So the next agenda item is the discussion and possible action regarding English as a second language accommodation for examination candidates. And I believe it's Mark Mason.
So this is a good segue, I guess, into this. I think it was the November board meeting that we discussed this a little bit, and we discussed a few of the options that could be done to provide an accommodation. So we'd looked at two main options. One was to possibly translate the exams into different languages, but we had determined that that was, for several reasons, not a viable solution, mainly because of the cost and the variety of languages that we'd need to translate them into. And then the other idea for an accommodation was one that the board has done before in the past, and that is provide extra time for a candidate. So at the last meeting, we discussed sort of how we would develop a metric or a way to determine whether someone has enough, if their English is limited enough to justify an accommodation. And fortunately, the Board of Psychology, which is sort of, sometimes we consider them our sister board, is going through the regulation process right now to provide an accommodation for ESL. And what they're doing is requiring a low enough score on the test of English as a foreign language as a way to measure whether someone needs this accommodation. And so what we would, the reason we thought that would be a good idea, the reason they thought that would be a good idea is that in the past we had looked at whether someone had been in the country for a certain amount of time, but we determined that that probably wasn't the most accurate way of determining whether their proficiency was low enough to justify this. So instead we decided to do, or we haven't decided, but we're suggesting that using a score on the TOEFL as the way to determine whether someone should have that accommodation. And the score would be, it looks like the score would be somewhere around 85, which the TOEFL calls a score of 85 someone who would have low to intermediate proficiency in English. That's the score that the psychology board went with. And in my research at TOEFL, that looks like a fair score. So what we would suggest and what the Board of Psychology has done is for a candidate to receive this sort of accommodation, they would need to submit a signed request for an ESL accommodation. It would be for extra time. Probably we would suggest time and a half. So if the test was 4 hours, they'd get 6 hours. And then what we would also require is that a TOEFL certification would be sent to us by TOEFL, which is something they can do. They would basically verify their score. And we would also require that the TOEFL had been taken within 2 years of the score that they sent us. The TOEFL test that we would want to require it's called the TOEFL IBT, and it's internet-based, although typically people go to a site and take it. It's available all over the world. I mean, not completely all over the world, but in most places, and all over America, too. The test costs about $185, and it's one that most graduate students have already taken, but you don't need to be a graduate student to take it. So that's pretty much what the board has done in research, and any questions?
I just want to make a little remark. So TOEFL stands for the test of English as foreign language.
Yes.
Okay. Peter.
Have you considered the idea just give everybody extra time, because I really don't like to get into the slippery slope, who got what TOEFL score, how is that going to prevent someone just to take it, just to blow it and get a low score and get extra, amount of time to take the test. So I'm worrying about the fairness question, that is how to administer it fairly and who will get the accommodation. I personally would like to just get away from accommodation completely, and I ask the test designer if the test is designed for 2 hours, I'll just say fine, 2 hours, and then I make the test 3 hours for everybody, and then I don't have to worry about accommodation. So what's wrong with that thinking?
There isn't. It's another option. Some of that requires coordination with the testing vendor as well. Because right now, if you, for For our standard written, it's scheduled for 4 hours, so we can have testing in the morning and testing in the afternoon. The testing vendor, to accommodate that extra time, would have to have extended hours. So that could be, a challenge, whether our vendor can accommodate that or not.
There'd be an increased cost
Right.
to us as well.
Leah?
Just some considerations. So as of 2012, the Latino population is the largest racial group in California. I know about 15% of my students are bilingual and do primarily all their therapy in Spanish, and that, in fact, if they're bilingual and speak Spanish, they can get jobs way faster than anybody else and get paid at internship, which is always a bonus. And although they have graduated from a program with a master's degree that is in English, I don't know about other programs, but our program doesn't have a lot of exams. Our program is practice-based or essay or writing papers and research-oriented, where people have time in order to make those accommodations. I really like Peter's suggestion of increasing the time for everybody so that it accommodates people's need. I'm not sure how the TOEFL. No, I have this feeling like that people could do well on the TOEFL and not do well still on the exam, because the TOEFL is an exam that they can take multiple times, and so they can get better at it, and it's super expensive to retake our exams. So I can appreciate not wanting to translate it into Spanish. I wonder if the board would be willing to consider, I know some of, I believe the NBCC exam for LPCCs is offered in multiple languages. I don't know if social work is, but that wouldn't cost the board anything. It puts the MFTs at a disadvantage, most certainly, but I just would like that consideration.
Board members, any other comments?
I also feel supportive of the increased time plan, and I didn't comment before, but I've also had a longstanding concern about slow readers, because those of us who are slow readers, yes, we've got various degrees, but it does take longer. It's not a disability, just a difference. There are people with disabilities who need obvious accommodation, but it would also take care of that sort of quiet group who may not quite finish the exam or felt pushed, and it should not be a time test. I don't think time is an issue, except for the downside. The only downside I can see of increasing the time besides the vendor accommodation is that if you're going to try to memorize a test for the purpose of cheating, you have more time to do it, makes it way easier. And that is a downside, but I don't know on balance if that's enough to keep that idea out of the running.
I would probably punt to OPES for comment on that. And this might, the extra time for everyone might just be an idea that we need to research a little bit and bring it back at the May meeting for another discussion.
I had a couple of questions about your understanding of the Board of Psychology's proposed regulations. Do you know if there's any option that, I know it's $185 to take that TOEFL test. Do you know if they have any, the testing, whoever oversees that, is there a provision to get that fee waived if there's a financial hardship?
Not in their regs, no.
And do you have any sense of when their regs are going to become final?
So they just got over their 40-day comment period. I believe they're discussing them concurrently with us today down at the Capitol. So I don't know, but we'll know after today.
Okay. That would be good, just if you report back on this, at the next meeting, just to get an idea of where they are and what they're seeing as a result.
I know during their 40-day comment period, they didn't have any comments on this or any concerns on this, but I don't know what'll happen today.
Thank you.
Little chair. Angela Kahn, AMFT, California. So a related question there. Do you have any sense, is the Board of Psychology confident that the accommodations plan that they have would stand up to a legal challenge, considering that the ESL is not a disability?
I don't know. I know their attorney took a good look at those regulations. I don't know, but I don't know. I haven't spoken to their attorney. I assume they think it would, but that's just my assumption.
We actually had a long conversation at AMFT California about this, and I've actually come to this meeting with the very exact same idea, suggestion about lengthening the exam for all test takers. There's a lot of us that are educators working at the university level, and so for the comp exams, we encounter this exact same problem, whether there should be an extension of time for comp exams because of ESL issues. Considering the mission of the BBS in terms of consumer protection, it doesn't seem like it would be very easy to argue that adding an extra hour to the test actually makes the public safer somehow. Furthermore, the very nature of the clinical work that we do, I can't think of a thing that is timed that we do. The lady who was presenting for us from OPES talked about the standard time for each item might be 1 minute. There is not a thing that happens in psychotherapy that you need to make a decision in 1 minute, maybe for the medical field. Even in crisis situations with child abuse reporting, suicide, Tarasoff issues, you're actually encouraged to take a little bit longer. You're encouraged to consult, to look into the books. We know of at least one study in the nursing field that shows, and I'm happy to provide that over email. We know of one study that shows that they lengthened their exam, and it did not increase or decrease the public safety in the nursing world. Regarding, Renee, I think it was your concern about cheaters. We say cheaters will be cheaters. They'll find a way through. And so I want to say that AMFT California heavily supports the idea of extending the time for all test takers and not making it an ESL issue.
Do you know if in the nursing boards, or I don't know if it was nursing board or nursing industry, did people pass it more often when they had more time?
I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, Karen.
You have to turn on your mic.
A thing that comes to mind in reaction to what you were saying is that our field is verbal, and people perform in whatever language, or theirs, their own or not their own, verbally, and the client has the time to take it in for however long it takes to deliver that, whereas a written test does not represent what people actually do in our field. So we have to look at that separately, not as what goes on clinically. That makes sense?
I appreciate that. What just flashed in my mind was during the presentation how a lot of the test items are designed based on an analysis of clinical work, of the job, of what's actually done clinically.
Right, that's true, and that's why it's more of a challenge to someone with ESL than doing clinical work is. And so we need to accommodate the difference between how they work clinically, verbally, and how they analyze and read a complex question. So that, I think that's where we differentiate between the written exam and what our people do.
Deborah?
I too am in agreement that time, I understand the cheating, and that's going to be just an ongoing, it's the internet world. It just is what it is. I guess I'm more, I want to sit back and think, what is more important, that you were able to answer that question quickly, or you were able to answer the question? And I think from a consumer point of view, I'm more concerned that you know how to answer the question, not answer it quickly. And I can see, slow readers, ESL, all of I think that would take, the extended time would take all of that into consideration, because at the end of the game, I would hope that the counselors and the therapists that pass the exam understand and answer the questions correctly. And it does take some thought, it does take some pensive thinking to get to that right answer. And I don't know that the end of the exam is that we were able to come up with the answers quickly and look at A, B, C, D. Those are some in the field, that's sometimes not even a really good way to ask a question, is multiple choice questions, because you're saying that they're, find the wrong ones, and then somehow you'll find the right one. So I agree. I think that the extra time would take into those considerations. I think if you know it, you know it. I don't think that 20 minutes or 1 minute, either you know it or you don't know it. So I just want to add that.
California Association for LPCCs. I have anecdotal information from primary English speakers who have not been able to complete the LPCC law and ethics exam. And so they've had to retake it, and I get some of that angst. And they say, if I only could have completed it, I timed out. I also have heard that sometimes the testing environment is distracting and noisy, and they attribute that to their not being able to complete in a timely manner. So that's another issue, but something that we should be monitoring.
Rebecca?
Rebecca Gonzalez, NASW. We agree with the thought of giving more time for everyone to take the test, for a couple of reasons that were stated by other people, but also talking about the alternative that was suggested, the TOEFL exam. I think the cost of that exam is very problematic, and that's very troubling for people who might not be able to afford that fee, and the whole waiver process, which they don't even have at the Board of Psychology, I think is very problematic. Also, we want to make sure that all communities are served by therapists. There's definitely racial disparities. There are not enough practitioners of color, which some people really may want when they're looking for a therapist, and this will encourage a broader range of therapists. Thank you.
Sorry.
Why don't you go ahead, and then I'll go back to
Thank you.
Peter. Yes.
One last piece of information to consider. The test prep agencies, the Jerry Grossman seminars and AATBS and others, a lot of them, they're spread out over, say, a course of 7 weeks. One of those weeks is devoted to time management strategies in the test-taking process, and that seems a little silly.
Peter and then Christine.
Thank you. Actually, my question is, if we go with the idea extending the testing time, is it true that we don't have to go through the legislative route? Is it within the PBS, prerogative just to extend the testing time?
And no, our obligation is to have a legally defensible exam, and we have that. It would be just a matter of policy to extend the time.
And also, in my mind, I think it would be helpful to figure out, based on the data we have, how many people have been taking each exam are non-native speaker or English as second language, because I worry about your comment. I clearly see the writing on the wall, because, half of the people in California will be bilingual by 2040 or something like that. So it would be nice to know, and to give us more supportive argument that we should extend the time.
I just want to say that we've been talking about this for a while, and it seems like everyone's on the same page, that we want to move forward perhaps with the idea of extending the time for everyone. So what you said earlier about taking it back to staff and looking at whatever information we need to look at to make sure that it's all above board. I think, can we just move to that and move on?
Okay.
I'm ready for a motion.
We need a motion. I don't think so.
Sorry.
It doesn't need a motion if your direction is to ask staff to take it back and report back.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark.
This segues in nicely.
Okay, so the next item is update regarding the possible use of the AMFTRB National Examination for Licensure in California. And I believe this is Kim.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Hear me now. Okay. So just a little bit of background. In 2011, 2012, the board had contracted with Applied Measurement Services, LLC, and I'll refer to them as AMS from here on out, to assess the Association of Marriage and Family Therapy Regulatory Board's national examination. This particular examination is used by a number of states for licensure, but California is not one of those states. One of the tasks that we gave AMS was to determine if the AMFTRB exam met the prevailing standards for a fair, valid, and legally defensible licensure examination. And AMS also looked at the similarities between the AMFTRB National Exam Plan and our own examination plan. In 2012, we also sent 2 board subject matter experts back east to participate in AMFTRB's Practice Analysis Task Force. This task force was in the process of developing their examination plan, and they're looking at the domains, the tasks and activities performed within the practice of marriage and family therapy, and what that required knowledge or skill base that was needed for that practice. So it's very similar to the occupational exam analysis that OPES just discussed earlier. They do their practice analysis task force. They meet every 5 to 7 years, similar to what we do as well. And both of their practice analysis and our occupational analysis serve as the foundation for the examination plans that we both administer. I'd like to note that the involvement of the California subject matter experts in this process was the first time that we had ever really participated in that national exam process. So that was rather exciting for us. Another observation we had from the SMEs after their participation was the difference between the LMFT practice here in California versus the practice nationally. Specifically that the practice here in California is much broader. So back in August 2013, AMS reported back to the board at that time their findings, and they did determine that the national exam did meet the prevailing standards for a fair, valid, and legally defensible examination. They did note some technical issues, and due to a confidentiality agreement, those issues were not discussed publicly, but they were discussed with the board members at that time in a closed session. And some issues, and so we just were not permitted to share a lot of those issues with the public at that point in time. Publicly, AMS noted the current ratio of LMFTs in California versus the national population. At that time, in 2013, we had about 35,000 licensed marriage and family therapists. Leaving California and moving across the nation, there's only another 20,000. So another point that AMS shared was that the administration of the national exam at that particular time was paper and pencil. And so although AMS had shared that AMFTRB was exploring a computer-based testing environment, it wasn't in place at that particular time. So they concluded that considering the acceptable performance of our current examination, the delay in implementing BREEZE, they suggested that we just continue to have discussions with the national organization about the examination. And so at that meeting in August, the board members discussed all the information, and considering the factors presented by AMS, such as the examination candidate volume and test administration. The board members at that time were not inclined to use or move towards the national exam and opted to continue using our own developed examination for licensure in California. So moving forward, since 2013, the board staff is not engaged in any further conversation with AMFTRB. We've just had a number of projects and board priorities and BREEs that have really prevented us from doing so. Yet I did want to share that a review of AMFT's website does reveal that they aren't doing computer-based testing now. It is a 200-item exam. It's administered 1 week out of the month, and the results are provided to candidates now within 20 business days after the close of the examination period. And the fee for that exam is $350. Additionally, one of the things that's nice to note is that AMFTRB now has its examination plan on the website. So this is one of those minor technical issues that AMS had suggested that we work on with the national vendor. So our examination structure is going to change beginning January 2016. We are LPCCs and LCSWs will take a national examination as part of their licensure requirements here in California, and it'll be one of two. LMFTs will continue to take the board-developed examinations in California. LEPs, a national examination doesn't exist, and so their structure is not changing. A benefit to national exam beyond, the portability issue is that they often have a reduced waiting period in between exams. Currently, our group has to wait 180 days between examinations to retake an exam, and that coincides really with the release of the versions of the exam. We release 2 versions a year, and the idea is that you do not want a candidate exposed to the same examination twice. And that's designed really to protect the integrity of the examination. And those test cheaters that we just learned about. This is going to give, a nice benefit to the social workers and the clinical counselors that the LMFT is not going to have. And so recognizing this, we are working with OPES to release an additional version of the LMFT exam, offering it 3 times a year. We are currently planning for January, May, and September to be those release dates. So that's going to give the LMFT population at least an increased opportunity to test more frequently. And we may consider doing a 4th in the future. And we might think about increasing the frequency for the LEP exam. But, those would be items down the road. So that's where we are with the national exam, and it's open for discussion.
So it's a very clear question. Should we use the national MFT examination? Suggestion from board members? Feedback? Renee?
Move toward
Yeah, this is an update, and if the board members are inclined to consider the national examination again, I think another evaluation of it would be good. Just because the subject matter experts that we sent back have been doing our exams for a while, so they're well versed in the practice here in California. Plus, we've had a number of changes in terms of what's required in the curriculum and preparation to educate our graduates. And so the one thing we would want to do is make sure that, no, it's not going to be a California exam, but it at least assesses some competencies that are required for practice in California.
I'm inclined to say yes, I think we should definitely explore it. It will, on the one hand, save money for the state in order, but I mean, no, doesn't save money for the state? No.
No, it doesn't, no.
Doesn't cost us.
I mean, I thought we were going to save money with the exam restructure. That's not happening. Yeah, it's because we've,
What we ended up doing is we removed the social work exam development plan, but now we've replaced it with law and ethics that need to be offered every 90 days. So
Right.
it's sort of a balance,
A
per
wash.
se.
Because it was included in the state exam, the law and
Right.
ethics pieces. Got it.
And in terms of saving candidates money, our exam is, the initial is $200 to apply, and then to retake is $100. The national exam is $350. Do you know what NBCC charges? And I don't know what ASWB charges. Yeah.
I seem to think it's like 200
Yeah.
also, or 250.
I would think the additional expense and then the benefit of portability, that sort
Right.
of offsets
That offsets
everything.
it, yes.
So
So
I don't-
I think it's definitely worth exploring and maybe coming up with a pro and con list for each area.
Okay.
Karen and then Peter.
Sorry. Did you all hear what I said? Okay. If there's money in the budget for it, sure, it doesn't hurt to continue to explore, and maybe we advance their expertise in test giving. Obviously, they've made some progress from paper and pencil to computer-based. But there are so many legal, legislative developments in our field, as Roseanne will be telling us again, that this exam is never going to reflect, but our practitioners must be competent in understanding. And I don't, unless we go ahead and have a separate California version of the national exam, I don't think it can really reflect the California practice.
I think that we would have a jurisprudence exam, just like we do for the
Right.
the other two professions. Yeah.
Right,
That
right.
would cover
What we
those
would do is-
legal pieces.
Right, it would be,
Right.
we'd still retain the law and ethics exam, and that would reflect
Okay.
California law.
Okay.
And, but, globally, the general practice, the clinical portion of it,
Right.
if you wanted to use the national exam, that's what they would have to take.
Uh-huh. But you're saying that there's not a cost advantage on either side, significant?
Well, AMFT is going to get the exam money that we would normally take.
All right.
But,
We're not spending it.
No, we're not. I think it's a balance of portability versus the cost of the exam. I mean, that's sort of the way, that's a general theme globally for all the mental health professions to be able to move from state to state and practice. So.
Yeah, I know that that's an issue, and that's one of the reasons LPCCs have well, only one of the reasons why they have an attraction now. A fair percentage of my students are in the LPCC track, and they do mention portability.
Right.
For that. Bottom line, my feeling from an MFT perspective is that as long as there's money in the budget, and that doesn't account for the next staggering recession that we have to go through, where the money might not be there for it. As long as the money is there for it, I think our MFT interns have an advantage in our having a California exam.
Let's see, no, Christine, Peter, and then Leah. Oh, did you want to say something?
Well, sure, I can say it. I don't agree. I mean, I'm not even a mental health practitioner, but I think portability is huge. And if I were, I would want that advantage of having a national exam.
I think we should explore options, but on the other hand, I'm a little leery just by the number, you know, we have 30,000 and there's only 20,000 out there, the rest of the country. And the way that the test is designed, I think it might be tilted the other way instead, tilted towards California. So I would be most interested in hearing from the professional organizations what they say on this topic.
I can respond to that a little bit. Coming from another state, the other 49 states are structured entirely differently because MFT was born in California. So from my perspective, it feels more like a counseling degree than a heavy systemic MFT emphasis that many other states think of the counseling degree as sort of foundational and MFT as one specialty. So you'd become a marriage and family therapist, or you would work in schools as a school counselor. I don't see the harm in exploring the pros and cons at this point because I think reciprocity is a huge issue, and I joke with my students, you know, we're all going to dry up. I used to think the earthquake was going to dump us into the ocean, but now I'm thinking we're going to all dry up and have to move away. So I think it's a possible, you know, it's really relevant. And a lot of people are taking these exams and getting into the field in their early 20s. And, you know, people are moving around more and more. So reciprocity is a huge issue, and it would be a huge disadvantage, I think. So it's just the exploring. That's all we're doing right now. We're not deciding whether to take the exam.
Yes, I agree with that. I think it's very important, given the workforce shortage and everything else, that we explore it. And I think we have to remember that exploring doesn't mean acceptance, that we had a national exam in social work until, I think, 99. And when we looked at it, or when the board looked at it, it was invalid and unreliable, and you moved away from it. And it's just now we're moving back. So it's not an automatic acceptance, it's an evaluation of the tool. And I think there's no particular downside and huge upside to doing it.
So I have a question about, you know, if let's say we move forward to do another evaluation, what would that be? What would that entail?
We would engage the services of OPES. Because at the time we did the first assessment, they too were suffering from staff shortages and furloughs. So, you know, we would meet with OPS, see if they're available to do this work, and if so, we would move forward with them. If not, then we would contract out again.
Angela?
Thank you. Angela Kahn, AAMFT, California. This is a complicated issue, and we have quite a lot of thoughts to contribute. I'm hearing that there's a suggestion that you might explore pros and cons. If there's a place for AAMFT California, we would request to be a part of that. First note, I think it was a couple years ago, AAMFT, the national organization, was able to achieve licensure in all 50 states for MFT. And Kim, you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong on this. I believe that California is now the only state not using the national exam for MFTs.
Yeah, I haven't looked at that. When I looked at it a while back, there were several states not using the exam. And so if that number's changed, yeah, then we would be the last one yet again.
It's the reason I think I'm confident in saying that we are is that so for California MFTs, in our conversation with the national group, we are isolated. We don't really have a good answer when they say, why are you guys using a different exam that nobody else is using? Everybody else is using the national exam. And we don't really have a good reason to give them. It sets us up to look a little snobby in comparison to the other states, and that harms our working relationship with our national organization. The next note I want to make is that at national conferences, the Winter Institutes, online forums, community online platforms where there's communities where we're all talking to each other across the United States. With respect to Ms. Pine's comments, I would disagree. What we're finding, on the contrary, is that MFT discipline in California is not at all that different from MFT practice across the United States, according to what we're hearing, the information being presented at national conferences and online forums. Where we have difference is an interesting, and I'm going to save I'm get a little verbose on this, so just yell at me if I talk too much. But where we do see difference in the way that a California MFT practices as opposed to the rest of the national MFTs is actually in terms of the knowledge that California MFTs have on non-MFT issues. Because MFTs were first, somebody said a minute ago, they were born here, 60s, I think. When you look at the history of the MFT discipline, they became sort of generalists the graduate level generalists in their practice. As a result, kind of through evolution, MFTs in California, I'll speak to the clinicians in the room, say things like countertransference and id-ego, superego, and other analytic concepts that don't really have a place in systemic language. Those are analytic concepts that, if you're speaking from a purist point of view, never really were systemic in the first place. And that would be essentially the difference between practice in California MFT and the rest of MFT in the United States, at least from the perspective of AMFT. I think that's it.
Thank you, Angela.
Jill Epstein from CAMP. I'm not going to get into as much detail. I love her clinical analysis there, but I'll just say that we are also interested in learning more about an exploration of considering the national exam. We think it's complicated, but certainly has some great opportunities for our members. Thanks.
So, looks like we need a motion, right?
No.
Do I need a motion?
No, because we're
No
just
motion.
directing staff.
We can just do it.
Yeah, direct us.
Okay.
And I got that.
Okay, so let's see, the time now is 11:46.
I think probably lunch.
Let's
Yeah, because I think the trainee one, is that?
I don't think the next two items are very lengthy.
Okay.
They'll go
Okay,
very quickly.
Let's move forward for Roseanne to talk about the LMFT training and telehealth.
Okay, so now I'll talk about at the MFT, topic of MFT trainees and telehealth. The proposal that you see before you would correct a potential loophole in Business and Professions Code, Section 2290.5, which is the general Business and Professions telehealth code, applies to all licensed healing arts licensees. A concern has been raised that that particular section does not specifically state that MFT trainees may practice telehealth. So a little bit of background on this. Typically trainees, who I think we all know they're not graduates yet, they are still in college, they've completed a certain amount of coursework, they're under the jurisdiction of their school, and they only are allowed to practice in exempt settings. So for most of the license types, for LPCC trainees, for social work trainees or the equivalent, the law doesn't really call out what a social work trainee is. But students in school, they have to work in an exempt setting. Therefore, the Practice Acts do not apply to them, and the board doesn't really have any jurisdiction over what whether or not they do telehealth. They don't. The difference between MFT trainees and the clinical counselor trainees and the social work trainees is that MFT trainees can actually count some pre-degree hours, and so that fact puts them a little bit more under the jurisdiction of the board. The board accepts some of those hours so that the board can specify conditions. So that's that difference that's a little bit of a concern. The Business and Professions Code regarding telehealth states that all healing arts, a mental health practitioner can practice telehealth, and that includes all healing arts licensees. The law defines licensees as a licensee basically or a registrant, an intern or associate. A trainee doesn't fit into any of those categories. And so CAMPS a while back had raised a concern that it could open up MFT trainees and their supervisors to some liability because the law does not specify that they may practice telehealth. To clarify the concern, staff drafted some language in the actual MFT licensing law. It's shown here in your packet in Business and Professions Code 4980.43, subsection I, and it states directly that trainees can provide services via telehealth as long as they're acting in accordance with any regulations governing the use of their telehealth brought forth by the board. This piece actually came out of our most recent policy and advocacy committee meeting, where we're currently talking about telehealth as a broader issue. At that meeting, we presented this proposed language for discussion, and we actually learned that CAMP had presented some concurrent language and is actually pursuing a bill proposal this year to correct Business and Professions Code Section 2290.5 directly. However, Jill's going to speak on the status of that in a second. They, at the meeting, indicated that they had found an author, but they were willing to consider the board's language proposal as well, or the committee's language proposal as well. And so that's kind of where we're at today. I've included a draft of the BBS proposed language that the committee approved, as well as CAMP was kind enough to provide a copy of their proposed language that they've provided. They have an author for, and I'm going to let Jill speak to the status of that right now.
Sure. AB 250 was introduced, I think it was February 9th. And as Roseanne said, our legislation amends a different section of the BMP code, gets to the same, we're all accomplishing the same goal here. As I understand, after review with Roseanne and our legislative staff, that we're going to be reviewing your recommendation to, instead of the code section that's been introduced, to instead amend the code section you're recommending. And we think that's probably going to be a better avenue. So we will be continue our discussion with you and likely amending AB 250 to adjust that.
Okay, so that's kind of where we're at right now. We had proposed that it might be a little bit simpler to amend the MFT licensing law directly, just because Section 2290.5 it includes all healing arts licensees, so it's likely to draw more attention or objections from other groups that maybe might not be included in there and want to be, and it's typically a little bit more difficult to amend that section. So that's kind of where we're at, and we can go ahead and discuss.
So I just have to state for the record, this makes me very nervous. Many of the agencies that we work with scrape along the edges of legal and ethical practice because of limited budget. And protecting client confidentiality is so critical. It just makes me really, I have particular places in mind that I think, oh my gosh, if those people could do telehealth, then they may abuse it. I'm not saying that we shouldn't make this law, but it just makes me really nervous because people are skimping and they're not doing what they should. And at least when it's face-to-face, there's someone there, but if somebody's on the phone and they're not HIPAA compliant, and so it's the confidentiality and the crisis issues combined in a place where the supervision is sometimes fairly inadequate.
Can I just
Jill,
respond to that?
You want to?
Can I just respond to that?
Yeah,
I believe that what this bill is doing is not changing anyone's right to do telehealth. In fact, it's just synthesizing that there's that the two sections of the BMP are inconsistent. One section says interns can get hours towards licensure doing telehealth, and another section says only licensed people can do telehealth. So this is to just clarify that interns who are doing telehealth for their hours are allowed to be doing telehealth.
Interns or trainees?
I'm sorry, trainees. I'm sorry, excuse me.
Because interns
Trainees.
don't make me nervous.
Sorry,
Trainees terrify
trainees.
me.
But trainees can currently get hours towards licensure doing telehealth. That part is not new. That's already part of the code. This is just clarifying two different parts. One part says trainees can get hours, and the other part says only licensed people can do telehealth. So now it's just saying that trainees can do the telehealth under supervision of a licensee.
Betty?
And then I'll come back to Jan Lee.
Just point of clarification. Trainees have a higher standard of supervision, don't they, than interns?
The ratios are smaller.
The ratios are actually smaller than interns.
Yeah, well, no, yeah, you
Oh,
have to
smaller.
have-
Okay, the ratios
they're
are smaller. Okay,
fewer-
that was what I meant.
yeah,
So they have a higher level of supervision.
They have more supervision.
So are we assuming that any telehealth work that's done by a trainee is supervised at the same level?
Yes, that's what scares me.
It's the assumption that scares you.
No, it is at the same level. It's that I have to train my supervisor sometimes to say, have you looked at the student's file, the client's files and evaluated them? Have you seen any sessions that your trainees are doing? It's just the poor quality of supervision, which is a whole nother issue.
Right, that's what I was going to say.
That's where I was kind of going,
I'm just thinking in terms of public protection, that by correcting this and it goes out, it has to be corrected. I don't object to the correction.
Right.
I just want to make a statement that now it becomes an announcement. Everybody goes and tells everyone, and then everyone's going, oh, we get to do telehealth, and then more people start to use it. It has to be done. I just stating for the record my anxiety.
So I just want to clarify again. I think Jill said it very clearly. This is really, the language itself is to clarify, to make the, the telehealth different section of the law more consistent. So, I hear the concern, but I think this is not quite pertain to the discussion today. Correct, right? So I just want to make sure that we're not discussing something that is not listed on the item. I hear the concern, but, we need to stick to talking about the languages.
I don't know if I would say it doesn't pertain. I think it pertains to it. But I think Jill is correct. They are already allowed to do it, and this language basically is simply going to synthesize the two sections for clarity purposes.
So let's just refocus on clarifying the languages. Janley?
Janley Wong, NASW. I kind of disagree with that concept that all you're doing is wordsmithing. This is actually conceptually a policy issue, and it's a done policy, so Jill is right. But whenever you bring up the wordsmithing, you also have to bring up the policy and the concepts behind the policy. So basically what's going on here is you're reaffirming that you want to allow a person outside of your regulatory control to accumulate hours for their licensure. They're really outside your control. So even though it's a correctional fix, a wordsmithing fix, the policy is being reaffirmed here that you have a group of people that are outside your control, your regulatory control, and you're allowing them to do all kinds of things to count towards licensure. So I just wanted to bring it up. I know it's not a correction and it's not wordsmithing. I don't have any words to give you, but there's a policy issue here.
Angela?
Respond to Leah if I can. I appreciate your concern, and I'm thinking about some of the sites that I supervise at, but that would be a little scary too. From my perspective, both as a supervisor and as an educator, I am less fearful of a younger therapist who's more savvy about using technology than I am of a seasoned therapist who thinks that Skyping is safe.
Oh, go ahead.
It actually brings up, can you just, without me having to look through this, specifically state what teleconference encompasses? Telehealth, sorry. We had a presentation by Google Helpouts last year, I don't remember, and I didn't know if we went through there, but could you just tell me what you're encompassing with it?
Well, telehealth can be things like therapy over the internet, therapy over the phone, basically therapy over an electronic medium. And there's not, Business and Professions Code section 2290.5 sets out some guidelines right now about things like consent. It kind of defines that the practitioner's at one place and the client's at the other. There are not a lot of other guidelines, and the law is really pretty deficient right now in the guidelines for telehealth. The Policy and Advocacy Committee at that level right now, it hasn't made it to the board yet, but we're actually in the process of drafting some regulations that would clarify telehealth a little bit further. This is so that you will see that soon in the future. This is just sort of one issue that came out of that broader discussion that was sort of ready to go.
Okay, and I know this is off topic, but is the Policy and Advocacy Committee also looking into like across state lines and licensing national? I mean, that's.
Yeah, we've kind of split it up into several different topics because there are so many different pieces to the telehealth argument.
And one last question, sorry. You anticipate this being a separate legislation or separate regulation as opposed to going back to, say, revisiting? I'm just, my question is, should we be waiting to amend this sort of thing as in one sort of big omnibus kind of thing?
The telehealth topics that we're working on right now are more likely to be actual regulations. This is actually a piece that needs to be in legislation.
Okay.
So that it's okay, I believe it's okay to pursue them separately.
Thank you.
And Patricia, just for, I don't know, confidence, we have teeth if things go badly, because the moment you use any sort of electronic medium in the therapy process, you have to be HIPAA compliant, and HIPAA is extraordinarily detailed and complicated and constantly changing to protect consumers. So unfortunately, someone will have to get hurt before we catch them, but once we do catch them, we've got teeth.
Janley Wong, NASW. I thank Board Member Locke Dawson for raising another question that raised a question for me, which is that if a trainee practices non-safe telehealth, like using Skype was mentioned. Skype is not safe, neither is Google Hangouts. But if a trainee uses this and it's not fully confidential, perhaps it's not even HIPAA compliant, the board has no authority over those hours. You can just say, yeah, we'll take those hours. You used a non-confidential telehealth system. Maybe you didn't know, maybe you were ignorant, but used it anyway, used it with a client. And yeah, we'll take those hours because we have no regulatory control over you.
Angela, AMFT California. I might be wrong about this. The BBS does have access to the supervisor. So if harm is done, the supervisor is held responsible, yes?
Go ahead, Jill.
No, I'm done. Nope.
So any other discussion?
I was just
No?
going to say, so thank you for the update on the language, and sorry we went off on that tangent.
So we do need a motion.
If
Or
CAMP
do
is
we-
changing the language, we need a motion?
Just
The
a
way
discussion.
the way I see this is it's kind of a little bit of a different situation because CAMP has a vehicle for a bill. We had some proposed language that CAMP is likely going to work with us. So what would happen is that I don't know if we need a motion for this. We would probably, the best situation would, we would work with, staff would work with CAMP regarding the language. Then the bill, which already exists, the board would take a position on it at its May meeting. Do we need a motion for that?
I don't think you need a motion. I think you should direct staff to work with CAMP on the language. And then what will happen is, once the bill gets out there, then you'll have an opportunity to comment on it at that point.
Clear the direction, huh? Awesome. So let's break for lunch. Yeah, let's break for lunch. So now the time is 12:03. Shall we come back here at 1 p.m.? 1:15? 1:15.
Yeah, 1:15.
Okay,
Yeah.
1:15 p.m.
Oh, yes, he needed us for 10 minutes.
meeting. The time now is 1:28 p.m. So we're going to take another agenda item out of order. So we're going to do the legislative updates first. So
Yes.
Roseanne, please.
So the legislative update, tomorrow is actually the deadline for all bills to be submitted into the legislature. So we'll be seeing a lot of bills being introduced in the next couple of days. The board is currently pursuing 3 legislative proposals. The first one is the supervised work experience bill for LMFT and LPCC applicants. This is the bill that eliminates the buckets and kind of streamlines the experience requirements for LMFT and LPCC applicants. We do not have a bill number for this time. It has not been introduced. However, the author that we have found for this bill is Senator Marty Block. He is a Democrat, and he's on the Senate Business and Professions Committee. So, and I'm going to I understand that Jill Epstein from CAMP has a comment on this bill, and she needs to leave soon, so I'm going to let her make her comment now.
Thank you so much. So Jill Epstein from CAMP. I just, 2 comments about the bill, and as you know, we are very supportive of this bill and the concepts and the benefits it's going to bring to the pre-licensee community. One point is that, as we talked about at the last board meeting, that the personal psychotherapy hours are no longer going to be allowed. And I just want to reiterate how important this is to the MFTs who are in training right now, and how they, how much we'd really like to see that reconsidered in the legislation to add that back in. Furthermore, we would like to see if the BBS would consider extending the grace period. Right now, we had talked about a 2-year grace period effectively. And what was brought to our attention was from a member who graduated recently and has already started working towards her hours, including some of the hours that are no longer going to be allowed going forward. And she said it's entirely possible she won't have completed all her hours by December 31st, 2017, and that somebody would then ultimately lose hours. And I know it was the intention of the board to not disadvantage anyone during this transition. So potentially consider a 3 or 5 year grace period so that the people who are currently in it can really finish through. Thank you.
Angela, you got a comment too?
Thank you. Angela Kahn, AMFT California. Yeah, we're with CAMFT on that. We would support extending that time. We also were hoping to ask the board to reconsider putting those 100 hours of personal psychotherapy back in. We're hearing a lot from our members about how valuable those hours are. We agree with our members that those are valuable. We were thinking to possibly to alleviate any concerns about fairness and fairness, that maybe those 100 hours could be extended across all licenses, that all licenses might be able to count the personal psychotherapy hours.
So in terms of the extension, I really want to strongly support at least 5 years, because as faculty members, we educate our students during their program of what counts and what doesn't count. So that's really helpful to have a broader range so no one gets penalized who's in the system right now and believes that they can count those hours. In terms of the personal psychotherapy, what we had talked about at our supervision meetings was that it is hurting people for their reciprocity. Other states don't count it. And while, like in our program, we strongly encourage people to do it, and a lot of programs require students to do those personal psychotherapy, it's another bucket that will slow down your process for your members that the BBS has to evaluate. So that's one consideration. Another consideration, too. We are the only state that does that, and I do think that everybody needs therapy, but just because they can include them doesn't mean they're getting good therapy or that it's useful. I'm leaning toward not wanting to do that, but I certainly want to hear other voices too.
Any other board members who have comments? I see Jan Lee walking up.
Janley Wong, NASW. I'm going to bring up another policy issue. This is a policy issue. And the policy around surrounds this issue is that because you undergo your own psychotherapy, that teaches you how to be a psychotherapist. And I think that's not really a valid concept. It's like saying, and we visited this issue for decades now, it's like saying, oh, well, I'm going to undergo a heart procedure so I know how to be a cardiologist. Or I'm going to undergo this, then I know how to do that. And it's just not a valid concept. You would think that a therapist has specific ideas about how to treat someone, and the therapist doesn't always share those ideas with the client. So to be a good therapist, you have to have all those things that are going on within the therapist's mind. You can't just say, well, we had some therapy together, now you can do my job. You know, that's not really the case. So, and I agree with Dr. Brew's comments that this really seems out of place. It's probably anachronistic. And I don't know if we'd support expanding it to social work.
I just have a question on the heels of what Janley was discussing. Like I said before, I'm not a practitioner, so I guess it's a question for the practitioners. I didn't realize that there was an argument that you were doing psychotherapy hours to learn how to do it. I thought the argument was that your instrument is yourself as a therapist, and if you knew yourself better and were healthier, you could be a better therapist. I mean, isn't that more the reason why we've counted it? I'm not speaking for or against this question.
I would punt to Lee on that because she's just intimately involved with that. But generally in a concept, yes, I agree.
Yes, that's the concept. And there's no disagreement that it's really useful and helpful for therapists to continually do their work. And it's not just when they start in their grad program. They should do it in and out of their career, like throughout their career as life crises or whatever go on in their life. So yes, psychotherapy is very valuable. I just don't know that it fits as a requirement towards licensure. It makes a statement, yes, saying, the board and the state supports and strongly encourages, because certainly it's not a requirement. Nobody has to do it. But it just, I'm not sure that it should stay.
Angela, you have additional comment.
Yeah, just to respond to your comment, I respectfully hear the counter argument. I think mine loses. I just wanted to make sure that our members' concerns are represented here. We have in both the CAMPS Code of Ethics and the AMFT Code of Ethics, there's a standard. I'm pretty sure it's an ASW as well. Most of the mental health organizations have an ethical standard that we are to be emotionally healthy, and we're to learn how to, remove, as much as possible, mitigate the impact of our own personal issues. And you don't go to therapy to learn how to do therapy. You go to therapy to do that. To learn how to diminish the impact of your personal issues on the client's work.
I think from a regulatory perspective, this morning we were talking about portability and trying to make that transition a little easier for our California licensees, both leaving and coming into California. And if in fact the personal psychotherapy hours are actually hindering that process, then it seems reasonable that we would want to align ourselves as closely as we can to a process that's going to afford those individuals the best opportunity to license in another state.
Fair enough.
Janley Wong, NASW. Just because you undergo psychotherapy doesn't mean you're receiving good psychotherapy, and it doesn't mean it's effective. So the premise, I know you think it is, but we wouldn't have those disciplinary cases if that were the situation. So
I wonder what the impact would be if more studying therapists went to therapy.
Well, part of the reason why we have a postgraduate work experience requirement lasting over 2 years, probably 3 years, is actually to learn those things. So when you cram it into a master's program, you're probably not doing it much justice. And the other thing is you can't link it to the academic portion of your program because it's confidential, unless you get the students' permission to share their therapy in class. So maybe that happens in some schools, but I think that's a dangerous thing to do. So it's not really part of the learning experience because it's not integrated with the master's program.
I do not believe that we require any action for the update, right? So Thank you very
Do we
much.
not need to change the 5-year to, can we do that?
If you want to change the 5 years, this is the time. It would be nice to have a board motion if there's agreement on that. Otherwise, we would have to negotiate it through the legislative process.
I would like to make that motion to extend, to give it a 5-year. So once it's let's see, if it goes through this year, then maybe 2021?
It would be, so it would go into effect 2016, so we have 16, 17. I think it would be 2021.
Yes.
So would it be through 2021?
So I would like to make a motion to, is it grandparent people in?
Grace period.
For, a transition period through January 1st, 2021.
And just to clarify, it would be an either-or transition, not a combined. You can't choose both, pick pieces from both. It would be, you can either choose the old program or the new program.
Okay.
Could you repeat the motion, please?
How should I word it, Roseanne?
Let's not say January 1, 2021, because I don't have the text of the bill in front of me.
Okay.
Let's say for 5 years, and we'll figure out the math on the 5 years.
Okay, so I'd like to move that we extend the grace period for a full 5 years.
So Peter, second. So Christina, would you please call, vote?
Dr. Peter Chu,
Aye.
Dr. Leah Brew,
Aye.
Dr. Christine Whitlisbach,
Yes.
Renee Launer, Deborah Brown, Patricia Lock Dawson, Karen Pines, Betty Conley, Samara Ashley.
Aye.
Unanimous.
And Christina Wong, yes.
Sorry.
Awesome. So motion carries.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and continue on with the legislative update. Another bill that we're running would make 2 amendments to streamline the board's enforcement process. I just got an email from the author's office with the bill number, so this is going to be SB 531. The author is Senator Patricia Bates. She's a new Republican senator. She's going to be the vice chair of the Senate Business and Professions Committee. So they're going to introduce that bill. It should show up in print tomorrow. And then the final bill that we are sponsoring is the omnibus bill, which we sponsor every year. We have some technical changes in that. That's it.
Thank you. So let's go back to the omnibus legislation. And that's Roseanne too.
Yes, that is also me. So we actually we've submitted materials or amendments to the to be included in the 2015 omnibus bill. Diane, when she was reviewing some code sections for another board, found a correction that needed to be made in the Business and Professions Code. It's in the general Business and Professions Code, not the board licensing law directly, but there is a section, Business and Professions Code Section 146, which lists penalties for unlicensed practice. It talks a lot about the professions that require a license to practice and the penalties for certain violations. And in this particular section, references to marriage and family therapists and clinical social workers are included, but the LPCCs and the LEP licenses are not. So we would like to add the LPCC and LEP licenses to this list of license types under the Department of Consumer Affairs.
Very straightforward. So, any discussion? Okay, public comments?
Do we make a
Yes,
motion
I
for
need a
this?
motion.
I'd move approval of the addition of those license classes to the omnibus legislation.
You get it, Christina? So Samara, second, and Patricia make the motion. Roll call, please.
Dr. Peter Chu,
Aye.
Dr. Leah Brew,
Yes.
Dr. Christine Whitlisbach,
Yes.
Renee Launer, Deborah Brown,
Aye.
Christina Wong,
Yes.
Patricia Lock Dawson,
Aye.
Karen Pines, Betty Conley,
Yes.
Mara Ashley. It's unanimous.
Motion carries. The next item is regulation update. And Kirsty, you're on.
You. So we have one approved regulatory proposal, which you all know was our continuing education package.
So effective January 1st, we're accepting applications from approval agencies, and we're no longer accepting applications to be a board-approved CE provider. And then effective July 1st, we will no longer be renewing board-approved CE providers. They'll naturally phase out. And the last one will phase out on June 30, 2017. For our current reg proposals, the disciplinary guidelines and SB 1441 reg package that you approved in November 2012 has been through part of the process, and right now it's with DCA and agency for review. The exam restructure regulations that you approved in August 2014 is currently under review by the Department of Consumer Affairs, so it's partway through the process as well. And the reg package for treatment of couples and families by an LPCC has been submitted to OAL for initial notice and to start the public comment period, which will begin on March 6th. And that's it.
Comments from board members? Angela.
Just a quick question, Christy. Do you have any idea of the implementation date of the new disciplinary guidelines yet?
You know, it's coming up. It's got to be approved by May, as its 1-year anniversary. So it has a year to make it through the process. So its likely effective date is July 1. That's my best guess right now. Now, that could change, but that's my best guess.
Thank you.
Okay. Strategic plan update, and is Steve.
A lot of this stuff is being reported on already, and a lot of the legislative and regulatory updates, and also, what's the other one? We will be discussing later on about establishing standing board committees. Looking at this report every time I have to kind of update it, there's so much activity going on that I have a hard place to put the stuff that we're actually doing. So just kind of like a real basic overview. I'm going to go licensing. Currently, right now, as you heard, our application times have been getting lower and lower, thanks to the effort of the analysts. 1.3, 1.4, that's talking about reducing barriers, and then the supervision standards. We're doing the work on the supervision committee, and that's going forward smoothly and nicely. For the examination area, actually licensing also, we have a license portability and parity between licensing programs. Once again, that's work is being done on the supervision committee to realize those goals that we want. Within examination, we have the examination restructure that's coming up June 2016. There's a lot of work going on that now. In regards to working with Breeze, figuring out how to proceed on that, and outreach, a lot of outreach going on, and developing tools that will help the licensee know exactly what is going to happen in 2016. SME recruitment for examinations, we began to look at recruiting more SMEs for the exam development and looking at different ways to actually recruit than what we have currently done before. Actually reaching out to the SMEs other than letting them reach out to us. So hopefully in the near future, in the next few weeks, you might be seeing an email and that we would want you to maybe to spread to other licensees that you know would be willing to work with us to develop exams. The enforcement, there's a ton of stuff that they're doing right now. I can't even begin to quantify it in here. Some of have them update this occasionally. As I see the status on most of these, the staff effort continues because this is also dealing with SME recruitment. They've been developing a lot of new material and looking at the ways that they actually recruit and evaluate as subject matter experts. One of the highlights in there, I think, was 3.5. They've just completed, I believe it's a draft version of a tool they're going to use to actually evaluate the performance of subject matter experts that work with the AG in our cases, and see if they're, their expert witness, how did they help us? Did they help us? What are ways that we can maybe train these subject matter experts better to assist us in those types of cases? So, and moving on, legislation, regulation. You kind of got the update there. One thing we can add to that is I'm thinking of adding that to one of our goals is the supervised experience bill. Roseanne had that idea, so I think we'll be adding that to the strategic plan to have that on there so we can see it as a actual solid thing that we've been able to complete, which we should be in a year or so. Organizational effectiveness, that's a continuing everyday process. Recruiting staff, we're in the process of recruiting staff, as you heard earlier, and evaluating internal procedures. With Breeze and how we're having to look at those internal procedures a lot more because of the way that Breeze operates and how looking at what we do. And so on a daily basis, I'm consulting with, staff and such on how we actually process things. So that's like a continual process. It's been nice, so that's a work in progress. And then the standing committees, we'll be discussing that later on, the board establishing the standing committees. So outreach and education, really cool. We have outreach now. 6.1, cost-effective ways to educate applicants and licensees on current requirements. Roseanne and Christy, I don't know if I should say Christy and Roseanne, but you both have been working, Christy, I'll point to Christy for, been working very diligently on working with DCA on creating videos and helpful tools for the licensees, especially for the exam restructure. That's why we had that's what was one of the videos earlier they were taking, so we should have some real cool, flashy videos. And I think we're looking at, we know that, especially exam restructure, trying to outreach in as many ways as possible. Video, handouts, frequently asked questions, so that we're not running into frustration with the licensees and the applicants that they can't get in touch with us. Maybe that's another avenue. We want to definitely make sure that information is out there, so not to keep them away, but so they don't have to get in touch with us. We want to make sure that we teach them, educate them, so the questions are answered. Outreach programs. We're going to be attending the CalPIC conference, California LPCC conference. We're also collaborating now with the MFT consortium and calling in on a call-in basis to those meetings. And we kind of have the flexibility now to do more of that, and we're ready and willing to do that. So that's going to be nice this coming months. That's about it. Any questions?
I would just add that, too, we, for the first time in 5 years, we now have a newsletter. So
I almost forgot.
Yeah. So we got the first 50 issues today. It'll be going online next week, and we will be taking copies of the newsletters to all the outreach events that we have as well. So, and I'm pretty sure we won't wait for 5 years to release another one.
Sorry for getting that.
Any questions or comments? Looks like we're pretty happy with the progress of the strategic plan. So thank you very much for bringing it up to date and full speed ahead.
Thank you.
So, Steve, would you like to continue on talking about supervision committee?
Yes, got a quick overview of what we've done in the supervision committee. We held our 5th meeting January 30th, and that was in Sacramento here. And the first part of it, we discussed the legislation and the supervised experience bill that we're trying to put through to get rid of the buckets. And there was this kind of a review to show what kind of language we came up with, and the draft language, which reflected discussions that we previously had in a board meeting, I believe it was in November. during that time, it was kind of I would say it's almost like it was a regrouping of the committee, because we've got through that first part where we were looking at supervised hours, and now we're moving forward with that. Now we wanted to come back and see what kind of, not necessarily decisions, but topics that we discussed before that were kind of hot topics that we wanted to move forward on. And with the goal in mind that we were going to be concentrating more on the supervisor and their experience. So some of the topics we had, counting 2 years of licensure in another state for supervisors, so that that rule is hard to explain, but to be a supervisor, you have to have 2 years of experience. If you're coming in, can you, just real quick.
Sure, no
I'm
problem.
not even going to try to explain it, because you know it, you could probably do it in your sleep.
So you have to be licensed for 2 years to supervise in California, and I think it's the MFT trainees and associates that can count time licensed out of state. If you're supervising either of those, you can count time licensed out of state toward the 2 years. But for the other supervisee types, you cannot. So we think it should be made consistent, and that everybody, as long as you're licensed here as well, you should be able to count that time licensed toward that.
Thank you. I will rely on you in those tricky discussions there. The other thing we discussed was supervisor training requirements, and we're looking at making them consistent throughout across license types. Triadic supervision, that was we had a pretty good discussion on that before. Is that something we really want to seek? And it looked like it was something we did want to include in those requirements. Off-site supervision laws should be consistent across license type. And the other one was the off-site supervision laws encompass off-site supervisors. It was the contract, if you have a contracted supervisor, looking at those laws, wasn't sure, we're going to tackle that. I mean, this was kind of what was your impression on that?
Well, it's addressed a little differently between the different professions and their laws. And in one of the laws, it talks about having an off-site supervisor and how the agency and the supervisor kind of deal with that arrangement. But in one of the licensing laws, it only addresses an off-site supervisor who is volunteer. So it doesn't address people who are contracted, or even an employee who is an off-site supervisor, because it changes things. So we want to make that consistent across the license types in a reasonable way.
Thank you again. So we discussed that, and so those kind of a starting point for our next few meetings, looking at really supervisor requirements, supervisor responsibilities, and the employment employers. That's what we were talking about, kind of makeup there. Christy then presented a really good overview of the supervision requirements throughout what we currently have and other states, what they require, and we got to in discussions about that. And then the last thing was we discussed and looked over the draft version of the supervisee survey that we'll be sending out soon. So we made changes to that, and that should be going out hopefully next week. So maybe look in your inbox for we might be sending you an email to see if you can distribute that out. And that's just to gain more information from supervisors and supervisees about their experiences with that sort of, with supervision. So to hopefully help us in future discussions. Yes.
Make sure and send that out to all the universities, since they all have to many of them have relationships with agencies in addition to our stakeholders.
Yeah, I'm going to try it as much. I know we're going to use listserv, but I want to, get those contacts and do the universities, anybody around here. So we might ask for help and some good emails. So that was about it. Next meeting, April 10th, 2015.
Questions, comments? Thank you all for the good work for the supervision committee. I know it's a lot of nuts and bolts, but it looks like you're onto some really nice product out there. Mostly Christy, yes. Thank you.
Christy provides a wealth of information for us to chew on. It's great.
That's right. 25 years of work experience, right? Always counts. Okay, so let's move on. Oh, public comments about the supervision committee. the next very exciting item is we have Gina Bayless and Pearl Yu coming in to help us to talk about the enforcement process.
Thank you. I did prepare a flow chart that's in your board materials if you want to refer to that. I'll be referencing this as I go over our enforcement process. And I'll just start by telling you a little bit about the unit. I manage the Consumer Complaint and Investigations Unit, and Pearl manages the Criminal Conviction and Probation Unit. And this process covers both units. So initially, when complaints come in, they come in from various sources. Although our primary source in my unit is consumer complaints, we also get them from DOJ, if it's an arrest or conviction. We also get them from governmental agencies, law enforcement, licensees, and anonymous as well. Once they come in, we do a cursory review. It's an intake, and we see, one, do we have jurisdiction? And then, if necessary, we will refer it to the appropriate board and then create the case file. It is assigned to an enforcement analyst from there, and they perform that initial review, and they're determining what type of investigation to conduct. The majority of them can be done with a desk investigation by our staff, but we do have some that require a more formal investigation, more serious nature, and those will go to Division of Investigation. We also have a special investigator that can conduct investigations, do face-to-face interviews, so a bulk of them can be handled at that level. So when they start their desk investigation, they're determining what facts do they need to gather to establish the allegations, to determine if there's a violation. So they act as the fact finder. They're going to contact the parties involved with the case and get responses, records, everything they need to have a complete case so that we can determine whether there's been a violation of the law. In some cases, we may need an expert to tell us that because we are lay staff. We rely on our experts that are licensed professionals to give us their opinion. Did a violation occur? And if so, then we determine, is it a simple departure or an extreme departure, because that determines the next stage of the case. If it's a simple departure, we can handle that by citation and fine. If it's an extreme departure, we're going to forward that to the Attorney General's office for formal discipline. Citation and fine is a really good tool to address minor violations of the law, and typically those are failing to provide records to a client, breach of confidentiality, practice with an expired license, that type of minor violation. And it isn't considered formal discipline, it's considered an administrative action. So it doesn't need to be reported to the National Data Bank, and it's typically handled, or the cases that result in citation and fine are those with really solid evidence. Because we don't have the opportunity to get cost recovery on those cases, we want to make sure we have a very solid case that can withstand appeal. And throughout the citation process, they're given multiple opportunities to appeal. They can first request an informal conference with the executive officer, and following that, if they're still wanting to appeal, they can then request an administrative hearing before an administrative law judge. So they have many opportunities to appeal. At the informal conference, they can provide mitigation that will be considered, and that will determine whether the citation is modified, dismissed, or affirmed. If it's a more serious violation, which we call an extreme departure, it's going to be forwarded to the Office of the Attorney General. And at that point, we're asking that formal charges be filed by way of an accusation. And the accusation is going to list the specific details and what was a violation in that case. That's served on the respondent, and the respondent then has the opportunity to appeal the case, and if they desire to have a hearing held. The majority of our cases can be settled through stipulated settlements, where we will negotiate probationary terms that will protect the public and hopefully get them to take whatever necessary continuing education and rehabilitate the licensee. And of course, you all have the opportunity to vote on those decisions. They all come before you for your vote and decision. So you see the end result of all of the investigation work, all of the expert review work, and sometimes the hearing that takes place. So it eventually lands on your desk to make the final decision. And at that stage, you have many options. You can non-adopt the proposed decision if it is a proposed decision. If it's a stipulation, you can send it back if you want additional terms added, either adding or maybe taking away. That's at the board's discretion. And then the respondent also has appeal rights. So following the board's decision, they can also choose to appeal that decision. So if they want to appeal the decision of the board, they can file a writ in Superior Court, and then that matter goes in that direction and awaits the final determination by Superior Court. Do you have any questions on this enforcement process so far?
Microphone.
Sorry if I missed this in reading this report, which was very nicely presented. What percentage of the cases go to cite and fine, and what percentage go to others?
It's a very low percent. Last year, I believe we issued fewer than 100 citations.
What percent?
Oh, I believe
Roughly?
it's less than 1% of our complaints. And citations can also be issued for continuing education violations.
And then, so where the majority on this chart, where are the majority of the cases?
Informal discipline.
Thank you.
I have a question. So I get the email from BBS occasionally, and so I know the email was sent out to inform the public who's being disciplined and citations and stuff like that. So at what point those names will be released?
When the decision becomes effective.
So how about citation?
30 days after it's, well, when it was resolved, meaning they paid it, so, or the 30 days is up.
How long does the formal discipline and the cite and fine stay on the website?
With the cite and fine, if it's $1,500 or less, it stays there for 5 years. Then after 5 years, it automatically comes off on Breeze. And then the formal discipline, it stays there pretty much for a long time. Indefinitely.
Any other questions? This side? Okay. Public comments for our enforcement process. Okay. Thank you very much. This is
Thank
very
you.
helpful to clarify, the whole picture. Yes.
Part of the process here. My name is Fritz Johnson. I'm a former MFT. Surrendered my license last summer, actually August of 2014, that's right. Or excuse me, August of 2013. And I brought a document with me today to help you all see how your process at arriving at the factual summary, which is part of the allegation, which goes on the board's website, that process can be severely, as in my case, flawed, extremely erroneous. This document shows this. I have submitted this before to Kim. I have had virtually no response to the content of this document from the board. The CAMPT organization has a copy of this document, and I am on their current publication in the disciplinary action section. They did not write the factual summary from the board's website because they realized it was incorrect. So I'm here today just to give you this document. I've been in private practice for 10 years in Davis, have been. I had worked at Sutter Center for Psychiatry for 5 years before that. A lot of clinical experience, made a big mistake in socializing with a former client. But this former client is manipulated the system, and I would think the board would be more sophisticated in understanding sometimes a complainant is not always credible.
Mr.
Expert,
Johnson?
she just mentioned the expert.
If I may.
Yes.
Based on our prior conversations and correspondence, essentially what you're asking is us to reopen up your case, which
No,
is
I'm not
already
asking that at all.
adjudicated. And so the matter is final.
I'm not asking
That
you
the
to
board
reopen it.
doesn't need to
I'm here for
entertain
public
the
comment.
information. This
I'm not
isn't
doing public
public
comment.
comment. We're talking about the enforcement process.
Brad, what I thought would be
Right,
helpful
the
for you to-
process. But you're asking about your specific case, which is not on our agenda.
Well, I would assume that possibly there
you
may
shouldn't
be,
assume.
this may have there may be other flaws in the process of coming up with these factual
And,
summaries.
and as I explained to you in all of my correspondence, we're not reopening up your case.
I'm not
It's
asking you to
final.
reopen the case. Did I?
And there's no more information that we can accept at this time.
Mike, okay, I'm not asking to reopen the case, Ms. Mattson. I'm just trying to be here to be helpful and have something maybe good come out of something that was negative. So if I may, can I hand this document to each of you?
No, I'm board counsel. Can
Can I
you
give it
hand
to-
me the documents and
Okay.
I'll determine if it's appropriate?
Okay, let's, so the next agenda item is the discussion and possible action regarding establishing standing committees. So Kim, you're on.
Okay, so this is a follow-up to our discussion at the November meeting where we talked about the possibility of aligning committees to the strategic plan goals. And so at that particular meeting, there was some further information that the board members expressed that they had a desire to see. So I'm reporting back on those items. So one of the concerns was increased travel expenses and, what our priorities and our goals were for 2015. So I'm going to talk about our priorities and goals for this coming year. What we're looking at this year in terms of staff time is we're obviously looking at the implementation of examination restructure, the implementation of the revision to the out-of-state education requirements, and completing our implementation of the board's continuing education program. To successfully implement these projects, we have to revise all our BREEZE data systems to incorporate all the new functionality that's going to be necessary. We have to test the data system to ensure it performs as designed. We need to revise all of our forms so that they align with the law changes. And we need to develop information for our stakeholders so we can inform them of the changes that are coming up. Additionally, we need to develop some strategies to convey the information to the stakeholders. And we also need to work with DCA entities such as the Office of Professional Examination Services, as well as our testing vendor, PSI. And so it's sort of a coordinated effort involving a multitude of staff. Additionally, because we don't have enough on our plate this year, we are going to be preparing our sunset report. We'll get the questionnaire sometime late March, early April, and that is a comprehensive review of all board operations, as well as responding to questions from the legislature, not only about our operations, but maybe some issues that seem to be on the forefront related to our profession. So we'll start those initial preparations. We'll compile the report, and the report is submitted in November. Finally, we have our ongoing daily work as well as focusing on the strategic plan goals that we have aligned in the strategic plan that Steve just discussed. One of the things that a strong consideration when we're looking at establishing the committees is the staff resource issue. Staff conducts all the research and prepares for all of the meetings. And yet when you think about that and you think about what I just outlined and all the tasks that we have before us, it is an unusually busy year. Balancing those efforts could be a little bit tricky if we established the standing committees. We had 5 committees. And so ultimately, I think we might find staff spread really thin, and we could see some committee work suffer. We could see some of the daily tasks affected. Some of our strategic plan goals may slide a little bit. So that's a strong consideration before you. However, that being said, I think that there is a strong argument to establish a committee this year to help and assist board staff in the preparation of the Sunset Report. Really, the comprehensive report is not only a reflection of the work of the board, but it really is a reflection of your policy direction over the past several years. So we would want to make sure that we had your input and we represented everything in a manner that you are proud of. The other concern was increased staff expenses in terms of traveling. Looking at our records for the last 5 years, we've spent an average of $88,000 a year on travel, and this figure's attributed to about 10 to 12 board and committees meetings per year. Yes, we will have some additional expenses, but we've also reverted monies back every year, so it's really likely we'll be able to absorb the increased expenses associated with that. In terms of we want to continue with the ad hoc committee versus the standing committees, I think the success of the ad hoc committees is self-evident. Primary reason for those ad hoc committees is so that the research is very focused and the work is very focused, and then there's a beginning and then there's an end. Counter to that is having a standing committee, and every time a topic comes up, it's pretty easy to assign it to the specific committee to be addressed. However, there's another benefit that I don't think has really been talked about, and one I think is worth considering is, when we have a number of committees, it does afford board members that have a desire to serve on a committee. It gives them that increased opportunity to do so. Currently, we only have one committee, Policy and Advocacy, and it's usually, the membership is 3 to 4 members, but we don't have a real specific policy or direction about how long the service is on that committee. So, and we have very little turnover. So ultimately, absent the ad hoc committee, there's some real limitations in terms of opportunities for board members to serve on committees if that's their desire. So I wanted to talk about some possible options so that perhaps we could balance our workload and committees, the board members' desires. I would recommend or suggest postponing establishing any additional standing committees until after 2017. This is going to be after the implementation of all the major overhaul that we have been doing since 2006, 2007. All the major changes will be in place, will be up and running, and it'll give us some time to reflect and see where we want to go as a board at that time. I would recommend continuing to use the ad hoc committee right now for specific topic areas. I would suggest establishing a 2-person committee to work with the staff on the Sunset Report. And then I would suggest considering developing some type of policy or direction that specifies the number of years a board member may serve on a committee, and in this case, it would be the only standing committee we have, which is a Policy and Advocacy Committee. And within that policy, determine the composition, the number of members on that committee, and then determining when the rotation could occur, sort of a staggered rotation, so that you don't lose a knowledge base, because I think that's important for continuity. And my recommendation would be, a 2-year service, because it really coincides with the 2-year legislative cycle. This is a year that the legislative cycle has just started. So if we had this policy in place, the members that were on the committee now would serve for 2 more years, and then you could rotate 1 or 2 of them off and offer the vacancy to another board member. So at this point, I'm going to leave it to the board to decide what they'd like to do.
Yeah.
want to address a few different pieces. So I do want to postpone establishing standing committees. I like to continue the ad hoc committee. Good idea, establishing a two-person committee for Sunset Report. And in terms of the number of years, I mean, it sounds like a good idea to do 2 years and do a rotation, but I would also like to leave the option that if no one else wants to go on, that somebody could serve more than one 2-year cycle.
Any other comments?
Yeah, as having been sitting in your position, Christina and Renee, as chair, I mean, I think you both know it's difficult sometimes, depending on the composition of the board, to get people who are willing and able to serve on committees. And I just want to strongly caution about developing a policy that would limit the chair's discretion or any committee composition. So just a thought.
Is it on? Okay. The circulation of board members as needed for perhaps the ad hoc committees. Perhaps the chair could say that there's going to be a new ad hoc committee. This is what it's going to be about. If you're interested, you know, drop me a piece of paper before you leave, and then I know who's at least interested. And then everybody would have an opportunity to at least say, hey, you actually, that's something I really want to sit on, so please consider me. And I think that way, instead of behind the scenes, some people are on a committee and some people aren't on a committee. And I know it's exactly what you said, Christine. It's finding people who will sit on the committee. It's not like a big secret. It's, will you please, will you please?
Some people just have too many obligations. I'm not, criticizing anybody. They just,
So I just think that if you offer everybody an opportunity and they let you know whether or not they want to, and then go from there.
Oh, I just have a question for Kim. You recommend the establishment of a two-persons committee. Why can't it be an ad hoc committee instead of a special committee for the Sunset Report?
You could call it an ad hoc committee because it is a very focused task, so.
Because I don't want to be confused with, the idea that it will be a different committee, yeah.
Right.
So either a subcommittee of the current committee or another ad hoc committee, that's what
Okay.
I would like to see. Also about the term of the committee, I think 2-year makes sense, but also I think it should be up to the chair to reappoint the person, and it should not be limited to a 2-year term. Whoever is serving, they can express to the new chair every 2 years that they would be willing to serve, but doesn't guarantee you get reappointed. So the chair hold all the power and say, I'm going to reappoint you, but I'm going to add some new member. I think that's usually how things work. So pick your chair carefully.
Yeah, and currently, our board chair does have the discretion to appoint, members to the committee, and that includes policy and advocacy. And to Christine's point, yes, and when we were very small in numbers, it's challenging to find, because of the work that you do besides serve on the board, it's challenging to find individuals who can devote that time to serve on a committee ongoing. So that's where we have been very successful with ad hocs, because it's, short time commitment and it's a very focused agenda.
It's just a second on Peter's idea. It has been the policy that even though there's only been one standing committee, there were, when I was initially on the board, there were a bazillion, and every time there was, you remember those days, when there was a new chair of the board, everybody handed in their resignations, and it was the chair's job, and it remains that to a point.
Renee, do you know if that was just sort of the pattern of practice or at that time, or because I didn't see a policy about committee membership at all?
No, it was just the pattern.
Okay.
This side? Karen, yeah, microphone.
When I was chair back in '06, actually before '06, well before '06, we had a more informal way of operating. We did have a couple of standing committees, and the membership, because the committees did not have formal agendas, they were set as agendas came up that would fit that committee. People would resign if they didn't want to be involved in Sunset Review, and others would sign up because they want, and so the committee membership was fluid, but the committees were named very general names, just for what it's worth.
This isn't really anything new, but it's very short. I just think that ad hoc committees have worked very well for us.
Wanted to add that there were so many committees when I was first in, the dark ages appointed, that when the then executive officer met with me, he said it was a requirement to be on one committee. And in fact, within 10 minutes, I was on 2.
I love Paul. He does have a way of making things not look optional.
Right.
So it seems like this isn't, based on the recommendation, isn't something we're going to vote on per se at the moment.
I mean, I just wanted to bring this back to respond to your concerns expressed at the November meeting. If the board is perfectly happy with the way things are, then there's no need to change. And then what we can do on our strategic plan is just update that it was discussed and the decision was to, it's not broken, let's not fix it.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Karen.
Did, okay. I believe at the last meeting, I keep bringing this up like a broken record, but I am concerned about the supervision that goes on outside of our purview. The BBS has no authority over community-based agencies who have interns that are not getting hours. So they're just, there may be four-year graduates, they may be master's graduates, most of them are. And I would like to look into that and see if there's some kind of standard for that, and if there is not, if we can perhaps influence some kind of standard. But I don't hear it. Did it die?
No,
what
that's the
happened?
exempt setting, but we've had a full plate, and I know that it's on our to-do list. It's pretty much next in the queue after we finish supervision. That's what we're going to look at next.
Okay, so I just didn't hear about it.
It's a good ad hoc committee, yes. And
I thought we already
again,
decided.
I would hesitate to establish that committee now, given the tasks I've just laid out for you.
We actually established that one.
Yeah,
but it hasn't been
we
in
haven't had a meeting.
implementation.
Right. I was just going to say, I think we have plans that's already been established. It just
established.
hasn't started its work
Yes.
yet, yeah.
We just haven't.
Yeah.
I keep getting derailed.
So Karen, did Kim answer your question? So the exempt setting, that discussion topic you talk about really belongs to the exempt setting part of it. So it's a matter of time and staff, resources to get that up and running. But likely, I think, after supervision is going to wrap up, probably another
End of this year, I
end of
think.
this year. So we're looking at the possibility of 2016. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we're happy the way things are, what about the Sunset Committee? What's going to happen with that?
I think we can handle it one of two ways. I think I would recommend a two-person committee because there's going to be a lot of back and forth on that. until we can bring a finished product or a draft of the finished product to the board for consideration. And it would be easier in terms of logistics to work with two people, two board members. So I think, my other recommendation on that one would be to have the board chair be part of that committee, because the board chair is going to have to testify when we go before the legislature. So other than that, I'm fairly open. If you, as a group, feel that you need more than 2 members on that committee, I'm happy to go that way.
So 2-people committee or more?
Logistically, 2 people is way easier.
Okay, all right. Okay.
I was just going to say, you covered it in your talk. It's fine.
Okay. Looks like we don't really, okay, go ahead.
I think maybe to Christine's point is, are you asking if we should do that, if that appointment should be made today by the chair, so that we don't have to revisit this maybe in a future conversation, is that we can sort of get the ball rolling by knowing one of those folks will be the chair, which will be Christina, and then Christina, you can appoint whoever else you think would be appropriate, or maybe somebody might have interest in doing that.
Yeah. Okay. What's the best way?
Yes.
Okay.
So give me that piece of paper. Or shoot me an email, or text me, whatever. Okay.
But don't do an all-group text.
Not group text. Not right now.
And not now.
Awesome. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, just one more point on that. So whenever the two-person committee is developed, it would be helpful if at future board meetings, that information that is discussed in your ad hoc committee be shared
Bring
with
them
the
back.
rest of the board.
Absolutely.
The full board
Absolutely.
still has the authority to approve any of the decision. Yeah.
Yeah, I commit to you that we will be giving you updates as we're developing this lovely little report, which, as you saw last year, is not so lovely last time.
So, looks like we're pretty happy with the discussion. Okay. So Diane, you want to talk about?
Yeah, just briefly, I just wanted to close the record on the materials that Mr. Johnson handed out. It's a relatively thick package, I would say over 100 pages, and just glancing through it, what I can tell you is that it would involve the board making decisions on a case that it's already been decided, and under the law, the board has no jurisdiction to go back and make decisions on a case that's already decided. So I just wanted to say that for the record.
Diane.
I have a question about that. And not trying to muddy the waters or anything, but I mean, and I don't even know what his case was about or anything really, other than what he just said. I think he wasn't really wanting to go over his case per se. He was wanting to talk about the process. I mean,
Do the materials I have here?
it does not support that.
It doesn't support.
Okay, all right then.
Just that he was not even on the agenda, so I mean, it does speak to the issue of not security per se, but I don't know that I can even put it into word. I mean, he, hijacked the procedures for a while until. Tried to, but I maybe shouldn't have even gotten as far as he did, kind of thing.
Well, I think it was reasonable for him to think that a discussion of enforcement would be an appropriate place for him to make his comments. So, I mean, I can understand him thinking that.
I don't think we need to do more than we did today. Most people are going to leave when you ask them to leave, or step down when you ask them to step down. So I don't think we need to take it any further.
And thank you so much, Diane, for the intervention. So that's appropriate and timely. So the next agenda item, I'm going to move us along, is about the consideration of request for recognition as board-recognized continuing education approval agency. California Psychological Association is the entity. So would you please come up and do
I'm
your
actually
presentation?
going to give a brief overview, and then I'll turn it over to Patricia
Oh,
from
okay.
CPA.
Sounds
So
good.
Patricia, go ahead and have a seat.
Okay.
And just a little bit of background. As we all know, the board's CE regulations were recently approved, and they're in the process of being phased in. The board is no longer accepting applications for new board-approved CE providers, and as of July 1st, 2015, we will no longer be renewing, and board licensees can begin taking CE from the providers under the new program, like I said, effective July 1st. So the regulations currently recognize 6 board-recognized approval agencies. Most recently added was the California Association of Marriage and Family Therapists back in November of 2014. And the CPA is here today to request recognition as an approval agency. The new CE regulations allow the board to recognize another entity as an approval agency if it can demonstrate that it meets certain criteria. Those criteria are outlined in Attachment A of your packet. Attachment B also outlines some additional continuing education course content requirements, approval agency responsibilities, things like that. And then there's also some information in your packet that has been provided about CPA regarding their petition as an approval agency. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Patricia Von Workum from the California Psychological Association, and she's going to talk about their CE program.
Thank you. I'm Patricia, and I'm the director of the Office of Professional Development with CPA, which is where the RCE provider program is. And I first have to give a sincere regret for my CEO, who would have loved to have been here, but she's at the Board of Psychology meeting right now over at the Capitol, so she's not able to float between the two. And the psychology's shift from CE to continuing professional development, that set of regulations is actually up for hearing right now, and there's a bit of a furor, so she's not able to get away. So we presented information at the November meeting, but I know the board had some questions. Roseanne sent me some of those, and I tried to respond. So I think at this point, it's what do you want to know? The materials that you just got today followed up on the ethics that we have, our complaint policy, and the conflict of interest, which seemed to be the areas that you had concern about. And were not in the first set of materials that were presented at the November meeting.
I did hand out an additional packet that CPA brought with them today, and that should be on your table. The first page looks like an email.
It
so you
is.
can refer to that
It's my
as well.
response to her email.
So Roseanne, can I ask you, as you review everything, do they meet the requirements?
Wow. Well, I think that it might be helpful to go through Attachment A and kind of have a discussion about each one, rather than my opinion, yes or no. The requirements can be found in Attachment A, and so it starts with about middle of the page. Number 1, the entity is an organization that represents a licensed healthcare profession. Yes, I think they meet that requirement. Yes, they have a documented code of ethics. You know, the other items, we can go through those, and if there are any questions, I think we can address those. I think that a lot of the basic ones are established, but I know at the November meeting there were kind of some questions the board wanted to ask.
Go ahead.
Actually, I have even a tougher question. Do you have a staff recommendation? You can say no. I mean, I'm just asking.
No, I don't.
This is really the board's decision. Essentially, as we did with the camped proposal, review the material that was provided by CPA and determine that they meet the prevailing standard that we established when we started to recognize approval agencies.
Deborah?
I guess maybe Kim just answered my question. This is not to vote on today. Yes, it is. Oh, it is? Yeah. So my question is this provider any different than the ones that we have already approved?
Patricia, you know what I think might be helpful if you would walk through the steps of how you approve a provider.
Sure.
That might generate some discussion.
Let me give you some background, too. The CPA was acknowledged as the accrediting agency for psychology 15 to 20 years ago, so we've been doing this for a while, and prior to that, we also approved courses for our own chapters, I don't know, 20 years before that, so we've been in the business a while. The packet that was sent at the November meeting that you have in your packet now is our policies and procedures and the application process for where a organization fills out the application and sends it in. It is given an administrative review to make sure all the parts are in place, and then it goes to a committee, a group of reviewers for peer review. The essence of, other than the administrative part, which is, can they follow the rules? Do they have an established administrator? Can they keep records? The kind of the basics. The other part of it is, can they develop courses at the level that we expect them to? And we've set standards out in the criteria manual about what those are. And they are very close to what the BBS has put out for your criteria for the content of courses. The only difference truly is that psychology requires the courses to be at a postdoctoral level, a post-licensure level for psychologists. Let me back up. So as part of the application, the provider needs to give us several examples of courses that they have developed, the evaluations from those programs, a summary of the evaluations, and their documentation of how they actually determined that this particular course meets our standards. And that usually is a short narrative plus references or citations as to the content. And that's the peer-reviewed part, because I'm not a psychologist, so I don't do that. Does that help?
I have a question. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't have perfect memory, but I think at the last meeting there was a question raised if your organization also provides CE programs and you're also the approving agency for providers. Would that be a conflict of interest? And then some organizations, that's a firewall, but we don't know whether there's a real firewall.
Absolutely. CPA itself is approved as a provider, a CE sponsor by the American Psychological Association. So in that sense, we don't approve our own programs. We follow APA's guidelines, and they're the oversight for our program. So that's part of it. And the second is we have two different entities within CPA. There is a governance staffed volunteer CE committee that works with developing the CE programs for CPA, mostly our convention. We work with one of the national malpractice agencies to do a risk management program, that kind of stuff. And then the reviewers that handle the Office of Professional Development program, this is a staff-run organization, a staff-run group. The staff recruits them and we work with them. So there's no overlap at all between the two groups, other than I take minutes for the CE committee. We have small staff.
So what is the, the affiliation of CPA with American Psychological Association? Because you guys adopted their code of ethics instead of having your own.
No, the National Association, we are an affiliate of in the same way that all the other 50 states are an affiliate in a couple of Canadian provinces, and all of us accept the APA Code of Ethics as being the ethics. Also, the Board of Psychology has adopted the APA Code of Ethics, so it's kind of on both sides, both the association side and the licensing side, the regulatory side.
I guess I'm trying to figure out what is the relationship? I mean, the National Association of Social Worker. It's basically, one organization with different chapters.
Mm-hmm.
So how is it for the Psychology Association? Is it like a mother agency and then you guys have chapters, or is it like two different entities?
Psychology is organized at a little more independently than NASW is. We are not considered to be a chapter of APA. We, as a state association, we have local chapters, so I understand the structure. We are our freestanding 501c6 tax-exempt organization, but we are affiliated. We have very close relationships. There is one of the bodies within APA is a committee of all the state association executives. There's also one for the psychology, the state boards, where the governance get together and talk about it. We have a representation based on the number of APA members within California on their council for policy. There's a lot of interaction between the two, but it is not a mother organization to chapter. It's much more independent than that. I think that's why it's more important that we have always accepted the APA ethics as being the state-run, the state ethical policy, and we're so happy when the Board of Psychology adopted it a couple of years ago.
So when we look at the hierarchy, I know there's, the American Psychological Association, and then there's the Western Psychological Association, the WPA, and then you're the California Psychological Association.
I think you're getting into professional politics that I know nothing about. My understanding is the WPA is mostly testing and it has no formal relationship with APA. But I may be totally wrong with that. There's also an APS.
I've presented at the WPA, so I think I know they exist.
Oh yeah, they absolutely exist, but I don't think they have a
do
formal
research
relationship.
and from what I understood, they are absolutely related to the APA. They are just in different regions within the country. And then I'm trying to figure out.
No, they're a completely separate organization as far as I know, from APA.
And you.
Yes, APA does not have regional associations. They have state or Canadian province-based associations that are unaffiliated, but they do not have any regional stuff. So the Western Psych Association is completely its own. Although I'm sure there's relationships between the two, they're two separate organizations. They are not under APA in any way, shape, or form that I'm aware of.
So one of the questions that I have for the other licensed professionals on the board, it looks like meeting the individual requirements, as far as I can tell, without like really digging in, meet the requirements. The question is, how much overlap in the is there enough overlap in the profession? I mean, there's a lot of overlap among the master's level folks. This is a doctoral level degree. Psychology as a profession works very hard to make itself unique and different and not allow our professions into their profession. So psychology seems to think, as a profession, not you in particular, that we are distinct enough to not have crossover. So my concern is more in terms of the licensees. Do we feel like our licensees would be getting something that would be beneficial to them? I know it'll give them more choices, of course, that's always good, Or are they going to get confused with this remarkably different set of laws, for example, that might be covered or discussed as part of their CEUs?
Actually,
Kim?
can I address that one? Is that possible? We currently are a BBS provider and have been for a number of years, so we are not unfamiliar.
Okay.
Nor do we exclude master's level professionals from our CE programs.
Sure.
In fact, right now, we've got about 100 providers that we've approved for psychology, most of which seem to be also BBS providers. And the reason we're seeking this out is because our providers came to us and said, can you become an accrediting agency so we can do both? And we figured, sure, because we've been providing CE for all of the professions. And it's up to the professional to decide whether any particular course meets their realm of practice and whether it's of worthwhile to them.
Yeah.
And then Betty.
Oh, yeah, I agree with what you said, because I do know that a lot of the licensed psychologists, they practice, our jurisdiction, yes. My question is, have you got a chance, I assume you got a chance to look at our continuing education regulation language outlining the requirements to be a board recognized approval agency? Yeah.
Yes,
yes. When you submit the application, so you feel like your organization can meet all the requirements?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Very confident of that.
Okay, thank you.
I think I have the same concern as Leah did. And I understand that you're currently providing, and so I don't, when I look at the number 4 on your questions in terms of complaints, I'm wondering if that is going to also capture concerns, not necessarily with a complaint regarding the way things were set up or whatever, but rather concerns or complaints that content is not relevant or is contradictory to some of our practices. And do you have a mechanism for capturing that, and what do you do with that information?
We encourage anyone who has a complaint to let us know about it if they have a complaint against a provider. I have not had any under the current structure, but when we were doing MCEP, we did receive complaints, and I was the one who actually followed up on them. And we would first go to the person who was making the complaint to make sure we understood what it was they were concerned about. Then we would go to the provider and say, you need to respond to this, what's going on, and you need to give written responses to the person who's making the complaint and to us. And if they couldn't, it's kind of like a mediation between the two parties, and if they couldn't work it out, and it was obviously against the standing policies and procedures and the standards of CPA's program, then they went on to probation or had their stuff taken from them.
I get that, and I think you're getting back to the regulatory, and I'm kind of talking about people who might attend a workshop or something that was promoted as continuing ed for a certain profession, and you get the feedback that, as Leah pointed out, or as I would point out, not relevant to my scope of practice, didn't include issues that are perhaps unique to our. Would that then inform you going forward to either not include that population? I mean, what would, that's what I'm trying to get at, is how would that refine the process of who you're marketing it to ensure that what people are actually being given a continuing education unit for is relevant to their scope of practice, consistent with their research, they're different, that may differ from APA.
First of all, we CPA would not be marketing any of this. This would be a matter of approving providers who, in the most part, are already BBS providers in providing this education. We require that the learning objectives be published, that the instructors' background and criteria be readily available, and that the providers be very transparent as to what's going to be presented during the program. And I think that's the best we can do. After that, it's up to the attendee to say, is this worth my time and money or not? Is this going to be of value to me? So I'm not sure how I can answer that any differently.
Maybe I'm missing the point about your concern, because I just think about my own profession and the CE things that I go to, and sometimes I go to things that are outside my realm of immediate practice, but it's helpful to me to know what's going on, and I just think buyer beware, know what you're going to. I don't see a problem with expanding, if they meet the criteria, having more
I agree with the buyer
options.
beware, but I also really support the idea of a broad approach to continuing education, because the field of mental health is so broad that you got to cover everything. So we encourage our providers to do that, just at a level that is rigorous. You know, it's based on research, and it's presented fairly and equitably, you know, not all one-sided and no commercial, you know, all the standard stuff.
I guess an example for me would be like, I go to continuing ed for surgeons. I'm not a surgeon, but knowing what they do helps me in my profession. So
Exactly. If you've got clients that are going into surgery, that's incredibly helpful, which is why CME is, among other things, one of the things that psychology accepts.
I think just to respond to that, my reaction is more around legal and ethical issues, because like the law and ethics courses that I go to someone who I know will say, this is what the the code of ethics says, or the law says for BBS, or this is what the law says for the Board of Psychology. And if this person is saying, hey, there's a new change in law and it applies to psychologists but doesn't apply to the BBS, and they don't specify that, I mean, maybe you can't control for it. I'm curious also about what our stakeholders are thinking about it.
Thank you. Angela Kahn, AAMFT, California. First, we share a similar concern to Ms. Connolly. I first want to state that we have deep respect for CPA. I personally have attended workshops run by CPA and loved them and learned a lot. We have no doubt that they would run their program very effectively. I think we might be getting at the same concern. And I think, Roseanne, this might be a question better directed to your expertise. The documentation that CPA submitted, there are criteria D1, D2, a few criteria that I think you've established. I think, if I understand correctly, for the providers that would apply to become a provider.
Yes.
States that the content has to be at a postdoctoral level,
right,
and that the content has to be appropriate for psychologists. So I don't not want the education. That's cool. I'll go to that. My concern is that I think it's therefore out of compliance, right, with 1887.4.
1887.4.
Where it says that the something about the content has to be relevant to the BBS professions, BBS governed professions?
There is a requirement in there that it has to be relevant to the practitioner's scope of practice. It's more on the practitioner to ensure that what they're attending is compliant with their practice.
I'm going to make one more comment, because I'm still not, APA is the only entity that we're recognizing as an approval agency that is not representative of one of our licenses. So I still have that fundamental concern that and while I appreciate that I might go to a lot of training that I'm just interested in because I'm interested in going to it, I don't feel that should be counted towards a continuing education in my particular profession that's supposed to be relevant to my scope of practice. So I have the same concerns that Angela, and I just have the same concerns that
And just to respond to that, Betty, what would happen is that if the individual was audited and let's say that they have to submit copies of all their certificates, and if we saw a course content on there that didn't seem or appear to be related to their scope of practice, we would probably ask for more information about that and before we decided whether to allow that individual to count those hours or not.
And I think that that could be potentially confusing to our licensees.
Yeah.
Because once I see something on a CE that says BBS approved.
No, it would
or
never
LE
say BBS improved at all.
Well, I'm saying the
Yeah.
entities that are doing the training do. They say approved by BBS for the following licenses.
No, they can't anymore. We don't approve anything. Yeah,
In the
because-
olden days.
Yeah, no, we just, what it's going to say now is, what we're saying in the law now is that we will accept coursework from providers that have been approved by these approval agencies or the recognized providers, which tends to be our regional associations or state associations. So what we've done is we have left the course content to the approval agencies because they have a rigorous standard that they have to go through. They've got, Pat referred to it as peer review, but it's licensees actually reviewing course content. And a rigorous audit and ongoing audit. So that's why we have left it with the approval agencies.
And this is an approval agency that does not necessarily, I don't think, understand our individual licenses. So that's my concern. So
Actually, I would think that's not quite, there's an offset for that. The 5 reviewers that we have right now, 2 of them are in academia, and they are very familiar with programs that graduate MFTs and LCSWs. So they're quite aware of where the overlap is and where it isn't. I don't think that's a problem. I would also say that APA is accepted by this board and the Board of Psychology. The whole reason that CPA is even approving sponsors of continuing education are the smaller, more specialty organizations that cannot afford national accreditation. And so much of mental health training is done regionally and with specialty organizations, and they're mostly nonprofits, and they just can't afford it. So we stepped into that niche to support them so it would be a broader variety of education available.
And then Peter, and then Roseanne, you have a comment too. Okay.
I'll just keep it brief. I just want to give another example. I go to PT, physical therapy, continuing education, because there's so much crossover between OT and PT. And I think there's a lot of crossover between these professions, including the psychologists. And when I'm sitting there and I hear something, I mean, our licensing laws are different. I know what my licensing law is, and a lot of times the presenter will actually even comment on, this might be different for OTs or PTs. I mean, I don't know, I just don't, there's so much crossover, I don't see what the problem is, but if there is, keep talking, because I'm not getting it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm thinking for those agencies got the designation and board recognized approval agencies, what is the time period? When are they going to come up for re-recognize or whatever the terms?
There's no, we don't have anything in law to revisit any of it.
Well, so what I'm saying is that if there's a way to decertify or de-recognize or unrecognize someone, then I would be more willing to just approve whoever, and if it doesn't work out, and we just drop them from their destination.
Yeah, I can address that. So in that same code section, 1887.4.1, if you look at C and D, actually D, failure of an entity to substantially comply with the provisions set forth in 1887.4.2 shall constitute cause for revocation. So the board, if they do not follow the rules, and if what they're doing is somehow not in line with the board's laws and regulations, then the board has the ability to revoke the recognition. But additionally, I wanted to say that what they're applying for here is to become a board-recognized approval agency, not a provider. And as long as they meet the requirements set out by the board, if you can't articulate their failure to meet these requirements or some other legally supportable reason for why they don't qualify, then I think you have to consider approving them.
I just wanted to add, going back to a point we discussed, hit on a little earlier, when we originally were in the Continuing Education Committee and we were comparing all these entities and looking at what they offered in their procedures, there was an understanding that, like, for example, ASWB, the social work boards, that there's overlap there that, you know, the MFT profession and the social work profession are different, but there's a lot of overlap. I think the same thing would apply to the psychologists. There is a lot of overlap. There would be some areas, you know, if you're going to a law and ethics course for clinical counselors or for clinical social workers and you're an MFT, you might want to consider taking an MFT course. But I think that there is a general amount of overlap. And also the committee and then subsequently the board did accept CPA as a continuing education provider. So there was a feeling at that time that there was some overlap that would be relevant there. So just to throw that in, food for thought.
Angela?
You. There is overlap in the disciplines, but I disagree that it's considerable. I want to speak from a perspective of license protection, discipline protection, maybe a little philosophical point here. I'm worried that the language, and I really think it should be an easy fix. I'm worried that the language that's submitted where it says, and I think there's like maybe 3 or 4 points in the criteria to become a provider where it says, one says the postdoctoral level, and then 3 or 4 times it says material relevant to a psychologist. I worry about that language being approved and meeting the requirements of relevance to the master's level licensees in order to protect the distinction between the licenses. Yes, there's overlap, but there's also a great deal of distinction.
Understood. But we're not approving their language or their criteria. We're just approving we're trying to determine whether or not CPA has a process that's rigorous enough and meets our criteria. And then it's going to be, it's another entity by which providers can apply and possibly be approved to offer CE to the general population, whether it be LMFTs, LCSWs, LPCCs. And it's going to be up to that applicant to meet their standards. If they can't meet their criteria, then they're going to be denied, and then that applicant's going to need to go somewhere else. So maybe they go to ASWB, or maybe they go to CAMP, or they go to NESW. It's just another option since we've displaced a large number of BBS providers right now. So that's, you know, we're not going to get in, BBS in general will not get into the inner workings of what CPA does unless we determine or have cause to believe that, in fact, that they're not meeting the criteria. And then at that point, it's another conversation.
I totally understand that, and I agree. And again, I like CPA. I want to take their classes. But I still want to. I'm looking at the language for whether they meet the criteria, and I'm not a lawyer, so I'll defer to Roseanne. It seems a little out of.
I guess we could go by one.
What criteria are you talking about?
I'm looking at. It looks like paragraph A, 18 of section 1887.4.0. Courses shall meet the requirements relevant to each practice. Then I'm looking at section B2, be related to ethical, legal, statutory, that stuff, that impact each respective practice.
Okay, so what you're looking at is you're looking at continuing education course content, right?
Yes.
That's not what we're considering when we look at board-recognized approval agencies.
Well, I understand that, except that then in CPA's criteria to become a provider, in I think it's section D1.
To become a provider, okay, to become a recognized approver?
Sorry, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. That's when I was making the point earlier that then CPA requires that the course be postdoctoral level, be appropriate to psychologists, relevant to psychologists. And that's the only, it might be minutia, but I'm not sure that that's compliant with what the BBS put forth.
Okay, but, okay, so what I'm trying to say to you, though, is what we're here trying to do today is see whether or not they qualify, they meet the requirements for the board-recognized approval agency. And what you've just pointed out to me is something different. It's the continuing education course content requirement. They're two different things.
I have one question.
Let's go stab at
I
that,
do.
Peter.
Pardon?
Go first.
Okay. When you were a CE provider for the BBS, did you offer courses that were relevant for therapists to take and could get credit in?
And we had a lot attend.
Thank
And we
you.
still do.
Thank you.
So I just call for the question to cut off debate.
Yes.
I'll second.
No,
So-
just cut off debate.
Debate, okay.
Okay. So we need to, looks like any further discussion? Okay. Okay. So,
Wait, we have to approve the motion, and then I
Right.
can make a motion.
right. So we need a motion. Peter make a motion and
No, the
Christine-
motion is,
Wait.
my motion is to cut off the debate. If we vote on this
right.
motion, then I can have a second motion for the action, yeah.
Christine did, okay.
Call for the vote.
So,
Call the roll
Second.
and vote.
Christine.
Okay.
Peter first, Christine
Got it.
second.
Okay, Dr. Peter Chu,
Aye.
Dr. Leah Brew, Dr. Christine Whitlisbach,
Yes.
Renee Launer, Deborah Brown,
Yes.
Christina Wong,
Yes.
Patricia Lock Dawson, Karen Pines, Betty Conley, Samara Ashley. Did I skip anybody? Unanimous.
Motion carries.
No?
No.
No?
That was
Madam
just to
Chair.
call the question. Now he needs to make a motion.
Madam Chair.
That's what I thought too, so.
Yeah. I would like to move that the California Psychological Association be the BBS board-recognized approval agency.
I'll second.
Dr. Peter Chu,
Aye.
Dr. Christine
Actually-
Whitlisbach.
Before you do that,
Yes.
now that you have a motion, you need to make sure that there isn't any more discussion.
Any further discussion? Stakeholders? Okay. Let's call
Okay, I'll
for
start
vote.
over.
Yes.
Dr. Peter Chu,
Aye.
Dr. Christine Whitlisbach,
Yes.
Renee Launer,
Yes.
Deborah Brown,
Yes.
Christina Wong,
Yes.
Karen Pines, Patricia Lock Dawson, Betty Conley,
No.
Mara Ashley, one nay, 7 yeas, 1, 2, 3.
Motion carries. So we do have a quorum.
Thank you all very much for your consideration.
So the next one is the public comment for items not on the agenda. Any,
Comfortable.
Yeah. My name is Craig Lomax. I really thank you for this opportunity to be able to talk to you for a moment, and I appreciate the work that you guys do here. And the survey that you sent out recently regarding suicide assessment and treatment training. In a lot of ways, I would agree with the governor in his vetoing of AB 2198. I think that in general, professionals like you should be making decisions regarding curriculum and not politicians. Unfortunately, I've had an experience of paying the price for us waiting too long to implement important decisions and important change. My daughter died in 2012. Her mother and I became concerned about her in her spring quarter of her freshman year, where she had lost some weight. She was becoming increasingly stressed. So we surprised her with a visit and found her now 20 pounds down from her fit frame of 5'3". Her lip was split open seriously in 3 places due to malnutrition and dehydration. Her scalp had scabs on it from where she was pulling out her hair. She was seriously sleep deprived. And she was in a fit of frustration because she had just failed to complete suicide just before we arrived. We asked her about that attempt, and she said, she had done her research, and she said, there's no building tall enough in this town, and there's not enough pills in the bottle. So we took her immediately to that UC's counseling center for an assessment. We sat in on that assessment, and we explained what we had just seen. And the licensed clinician who ran that assessment, with Linnea's presence there to see all of what I just explained and our testimony, looked at her and cocked her head in a wise kind of way and said, in my opinion, I don't think she's going to commit suicide. She left us walking out of that room without any professional intervention or without any hopeful resources that related to the state of crisis Linnea was experiencing. I hope that none of you have experienced a mental illness taking the life of someone that you love more than life. And I hope that you've never had to sit in a room and watch a licensed clinician assess your seriously at-risk daughter incompetently. Sorry. It's evident that there are clinicians out there, licensed clinicians out there, who are not competent in suicide risk assessment and treatment. It also seems to be the case that we have no way currently of understanding what they're being trained in specifically, or whether they're competent at the time of licensing. There's a lot of work to do, I think. I think it becomes very clear, and at least from my distant understanding of what you do, it seems like there's a lot of work to do that we need to do. And the question of whether we do that and whether we do that quickly, I think, for me, is based on a real simple question. It's, well, is suicide preventable or is it not preventable? If it's not preventable, then I'll go home with my tissue box and put my feet up. But if it is preventable, and we know that it is, then we need, sorry, it's difficult for me. If it is preventable, each of us need to do what is at least within our responsibility to do, whatever we can do to prevent it. Society as a whole has embraced that, is beginning to embrace that responsibility. Facebook's going to come out with some new tricks next week to pitch in and help. We need our mental health professionals, clinicians, and leaders to do the same, to make suicide prevention their top professional priority. Not just some of the time, but every time every time we have the opportunity to save a life, when an opportunity to save a life walks through that door, on the inside, we need a clinician who is ready to do a very good job. Thank you so much for listening to me. I appreciate your time. I really do.
Thank you very much.
See, my name's Victor Ojakian. For the record, I'm involved in efforts both regionally, locally, regionally, statewide, and one task I do for SAMHSA. But I'm here speaking on behalf of myself, and I want to start by saying that Gordon Dowdy, who's the past chair of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention Bay Area chapter, would have also liked to have been here to speak, but he decided to go to the Board of Psychology, which has an agendized item on this, and we wanted to make sure we had a presence at both boards. So I guess I'm here partly speaking on Gordon's behalf. So all the work that I do, and it's been extensive, has all been focused on one thing, and I'll say to all of you what I've said probably 1,000 times now over the last 10 years. Everything that I do is focused on saving people's lives. It's that simple. It doesn't get more complex than that because I try not to clutter my mind with too many other things to stay focused on making sure people understand there are alternatives to taking their life. So I'm going to ask you some questions. I don't expect you to answer them at the moment, but I'll probably follow up with you, and then I'm going to make a comment. So the questions are these to ask yourself. In the licensing of professionals by you, how many questions you ask them about suicide? My understanding is it's few to none. So it would be nice to know that. Second question is, you proposed when you sent a letter out objecting, in essence saying you opposed AB 2198 unless amended, you proposed a workshop be done. My question is, have you taken any initiative to do that, since you thought it was an important task to do? The next thing is that, just like the Board of Psychology, you're out gathering some data about what colleges in this state, in terms of master's degrees towards licensing, provide courses in suicide prevention. And my question is that we took a quick look at both reports that have been produced, and frankly, some of us have said to ourselves, thank goodness we did the work we did around AB 2198, because the assumption would have been that those listing of those courses would have already existed, especially in light of what's going on in this state in terms of suicide. But my question around gathering that information is, what are you going to do with it? It's nice to gather a list, but if you probably follow from that brief introduction of myself, I'm an action-oriented person. So it would be nice to know if you're going to implement or try and do something off of it. So let me tell you what the comment is. The comment's this. I said when AB 2198 was in front of two legislative bodies, that when the next year's data came out, 2013, that it would be one of the worst years the state of California has ever seen in terms of suicide. I will leave you this report, which was issued about 4 weeks ago by the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. And the two devastating pieces of information that are in it is at the national level, we crossed a dreaded threshold, and that is that now more than 40,000 American residents take their lives, but also is devastating is the fact that now over 4,000 Californians take their lives. The last 3 years of portable data are the 3 worst years in terms of death totals in the state of California. It's a problem that can't be ignored. It can't be sloughed off, and we can't talk around it. The fact of the matter is that it's going to take everybody, not ignoring myself in this, it's going to take all of us to change what is not an unfortunate trend, it's a devastating trend. The problem is going to get worse for your professionals because up to now, one of the mantras that's been used is that a majority of the people who take their lives are never in treatment. The ratio, and I've run data in my own county where I'm highly active, Dr. Chu's county. We've run data on this. We know that about 40% of the people that take their lives in Santa Clara County were in treatment. I'm not going to say which professional they were seeing. We just know they're in treatment. I can't tell you which professional specifically because of the fact that we don't track that type of data, another issue that we have. But some of you probably realize, both on a county level and on a statewide level, there are a group of courses being taught now under the rubric gatekeeper trainings. There's a whole variety of them. Where are we headed? We're headed to the point where we're now training literally thousands and tens of thousands of people in California to not only identify what the risk factors and warning signs are for an individual who's thinking of taking their life, but we're telling them to refer to professionals. If we're not guaranteed that professionals are as competent as they can be on this matter, we're basically sending people over a cliff. It's the worst thing we can do. So I'm going to leave you these documents, and I'm going to make this final comment. Again, the comment is, I can do a lot of things, and I have, but and so have other individuals. But we're not going to change the trend of people taking their lives in California unless all of us are involved. And in fact, what I've told people publicly and done in writing is to say that unless the two licensing boards, along with some other professionals, are more competent in this matter, essentially what we're doing is we're doing the doors and windows and maybe the roof on the way to trying to have an effective suicide prevention in the state of California, but without the foundation, which is really you folks, we can't get there. So hopefully you take this to heart, and hopefully we see some action. I know this is public comments and you can't take action, but I'm hoping in the future we see more action in this area, because the only action that's happening right now that's a reality is people are taking their lives. And I will leave these for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments? Suggestions for future agenda items?
I would suggest that the board put in agenda item in the future regarding supporting legislation for suicide prevention.
Any other agenda items? Future agenda items? Want me to announce it?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we schedule a tentative disciplinary hearing in April. I believe it's April 23rd. So that has been canceled. That has been vacated. And in lieu, we will have the Policy and Advocacy Committee on that day. So let me just clarify. So April 22nd, 23rd, sorry. April 23rd will be the Policy and Advocacy Committee. So I think that's it. So the meeting's adjourned.
Karen?
Okay, Karen? Yes.
Second.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
The time
everyone.
now is 3:27. The meeting's adjourned. Thank you very much.
Patricia and Christina, do you want like a 5-minute break and or just go right to it? Okay, so we'll convene the CE committee.
So I think the board members leave.
Yeah. So you know the individual's not here.
So our next meeting is the CE Appeal Committee.
so sorry. I was so stinking organized.